So, where we jump into this adventure is actually on the Awakening. Let me go ahead and get some appropriate music. Right. How about we just start off with... Yeah, why not? We'll just go with our traditional Dark Ages. Alright. So, where we'll start off with... Mr. Tyler. Yarich awakens from a relatively light slumber, looking outside of the viewport of his bed, and just kind of getting a sense of the journey that you've been on. These past couple of days have been relatively rough compared to planet living, just considering you can't go outside or you can't generally do things that you'd be able to do on the ground. However, you've been making the most of it. You've been eating well, for the most part. To give you a small briefing, you have taken a trip on board a ship known as the Fortune. It is a traveling vessel that hitched a ride on a starship, one that is capable of FTL jumps, to traverse you to the Zavoth system, in which this ship has been en route to Zavoth 3 for quite some time. You get up and look around, and you eventually decide that you've had enough of this cramped, boring little space, and immediately walk over. You have to jump a little bit to reach the door control panel, and you continue to make your way out to the meager crew area. On a small bar, currently sitting, is a definitely not pitch black and white man in varying shades of gray. He's definitely not black and white. He definitely has skin tones, and he is definitely human. Angos Orion, you sit, savoring a small amount of liquor, currently just kind of, not necessarily resting, but definitely partaking in some recreational drink. You turn and see the small moth during. To give you kind of a backdrop, you all are in this somewhat tight and cramped space. The Fortune is not a very large ship, and you are currently in this just kind of general relaxation lounge.
We hope your stay in the relaxation vault has been a pleasant one.
You are still muted, by the way.
I apologize. Wonderful start.
There we go. Sorry.
Who's here?
Myself.
So I'm currently introducing people. We will get to you in a moment.
Okay, no, I was just wanting to know. So it's Hooper and Tyler's character so far.
Yes.
Okay, because I was like looking at like a rule thing because I was curious, and yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
Tyler's character, his species, is he something that's known commonly throughout civilized space, or is he something that I'm kind of unfamiliar with?
You are unfamiliar with this particular variation of species. If you would like, if you are proficient, you can give me a life science check. Otherwise, you're just unfamiliar.
Believe it or not, that is one of the only skills I don't have. So
You kind of glance it off. You're kind of used to working with strange alien species, but he is a curiosity nonetheless. Standing at about maybe a little bit under half your height, he has to kind of like stretch to reach the normally human-sized appliances. Here in Syndicate space, most things are sized for a human variation, unless you get down to alien worlds in which their technology is more fitted for them.
Upon seeing him, I am almost inclined to ask, but think to myself, good chance he doesn't speak my language. He's probably just another traveler not looking for small talk conversation. So I give him a nod if he looks my way, or once I see him get up, and from there I go back to, in one hand, gently nursing a glass of whiskey, and the other going through my data pad and checking any correspondence I might have received in the night.
What fermented juice is that?
It's bourbon. You didn't know I didn't think you spoke common. You want to try some? I don't know anything about your physiology. This could be unpleasant.
I've had weird things before, but a nice drink here and there is nice.
So I'm going to take the bottle cap off the bottle. It's a very small serving amount, and pour just a little bit in there, and then kind of put on the table and slide it towards the side. It's close to Tim. Well, if you can handle that, you should be fine. But at least if that's dangerous to you, that's not enough to be dangerous.
So, my character's going to pick up with two of his little front arms, of which he has 4, and he's going to stick out his proboscis and start sipping at the drink.
It's honestly kind of horrifying because from his own mouth, just this long, stretching hole of an almost amber variation just savors this, and it burns. There's definite that bitter taste to it, but you get a sense of kind of that almost richness of wood. And as you are taking this in, maybe even shuddering a little bit because you're not traditionally one that drinks alcohol, the door opens once again from a different section of the ship. A man in relatively cumbersome looking armor, currently slate painted, a dark, sturdy green. Somebody which has been avoiding contact for most of this journey. Darian. After talking with the pilot for a bit and the captain of the vessel, you've been trying to get a sense of your target on the planet that you were journeying. However, you've been turned up dry for the most part. After kind of getting as much information as you could from this vessel's crew, because they typically make journeys to Zava 3, you've headed to the relaxation lounge just to chill out, maybe sit on the couch for a bit.
So, as the burning alcohol travels through the proboscis, my entire body's going to shiver, and my proboscis is going straight back into my...
Kind of horrifying.
So,
do you like it?
I've had fermented drinks before, but that's something different.
Yeah, just don't drink too much of it, okay? I'm an
I
Octo.
don't
Nice
plan
to meet you, by the way.
so seeing, there is at least some conversation. It's not been the most pleasant of days. Darian will, take a seat nearby, not next to, but, just go, hello. Has it been a rough day? As he points towards the, glass in hand.
No, I drink on good days.
I just figured I would sample something new. And as I say that, I'm going to pass back the drink and say, my name's Yarich. I've been traveling for a while now. How about you?
Trip hasn't felt too long just yet, but I don't know. Whenever you're so excited to get to your destination, the journey seems a little bit trivial.
I'm not so much excited to get there. It feels like everything I'm trying is just coming up bunk for my job. But, my name's Darian.
Nice to meet you, Darian Manakos. Want a drink to new prospects and a brighter future?
I can drink to that.
All
And
right.
he's going to, is there like just a glass nearby?
I'm gonna look around for a spare glass, and if we can't find one,
there's a cupboard just underneath this small bar counter that has a variation of glasses. They did not bring alcohol, so you are bringing your own.
I'll just provide him some of my own.
Fair.
I'm not drinking terribly nice stuff. It's just a step above swill and just a step below palatable.
Well, just how I can afford it. And he's going to slap 10 credits on the counter for him and take the drink.
Fair
I ain't got to do that. I'm no bartender. I just enjoy spreading the good tidings. You know what I mean?
Well.
Also, as you
good tidings
walk
indeed,
over,
and he's going to
as you
nod
walk
and
over,
read.
what are you exactly? Because I don't have a description of your character.
It was a human and this almost dull green armor. Currently a helmet covering his face.
Okay, that's Brian's character, I assume. Or is this actually Malachi?
No,
This is my character.
Oh, Malachi. Okay, so upon sitting down, I immediately want to do a couple things. Do I recognize the armor? Do you look like a soldier? Do you look like a part of the ship's crew? Now that you are, I've
Give me a
identified
culture
you.
check.
All right, culture. Oh, fuck me! I set up no macros. God damn it!
Go click your character thing in the actors directory,
Oh, right, that's a thing.
and then
Forgot
go
about
over to culture and click it, and then roll it with no modifiers.
Okay.
For the record, that
Am
goes
I the
for
only
most.
one in the party?
So I got a 12.
A 12. From what you can tell, it's definitely privatized. It is not up to any kind of military standard. It almost reminds you of kind of a, I don't know, mercenary feeling. You don't recognize the specific brand, but there are thousands of brands in Cindy space, so it's not surprising.
Okay. And no markings to signify any type of significant allegiance, just...
That's generally, from what you can tell, this was like hand painted, as in he literally sprayed this down with that almost dullish green.
Okay.
Looks
And-
very rugged and kind of, I guess independent is the word that I'm looking for. Not somebody that really depends on many other.
Okay.
And to take the drink, he doesn't take off his helmet. He kind of just lifts it up just enough, and all you get to really see is his chin.
You know, you make a habit of traveling in full kit.
It's better to be prepared in my line of work.
I suppose so, but you're making me feel awfully underdressed there, friend.
It's
My character's going to look at his. The only thing he's wearing is a second skin.
And as the rest of you are currently just kind of like talking with each other, the sound of the door opening becomes apparent once again. And traveling out from the inner confines of what would be the crew bunks, currently talking, is a rather tall, almost lanky-ish drow, white hair kind of flowing out above his shoulders. He is in the middle of some small talk with another of the travelers here, person who appears to be just maybe a head or so underneath the drow's height, kind of feathery fringe decorating his features. It is a bird of some kind. However, they are talking, signifying this thing's sentience, so as they are making this small talk, which is irrelevant, the drow accidentally kind of makes a misstep and stumbles, and then kind of turns over, and with this seriousness that beguiles his otherwise almost friendly features, it almost looks like he's blaming the bird for whatever just happened. Eli and Sam, would you like to make your presence? Make your presence known.
Okay. Sal's just gonna be like, really?
Why did you do that?
Me?
It's like you stepped on me. Yeah,
You guys basically just bumped into each other. This is not a very open ship.
Well, with the environment being what it is, I guess I can't blame you too much, but please watch where you're going. And he's going to kind of step aside and start walking into the relaxation lounge.
Fair enough. There are plenty of places to sit. Currently, the bar is taken by 3 individuals, that being, of course, the bounty hunter, the detective, and Moth. There is currently an open couch seating just kind of available. It's one of those L-shaped couches. They've got the bend.
Yeah. He's gonna sit at the end on the shorter side of the L. And is there a table in front of me?
Yeah, there's a small coffee table.
Okay. I'm going to sit down right in front of it and start pulling out some of the documents I have been given, and just look over them.
They all appear to be up to snuff, from what you can tell.
Okay. Beyond that, he's gonna kind of keep to himself and just kind of watch. So who's all in here? He's just gonna take a peek around and see what.
Yeah, like I said, the 3 people at the counter, the strange trench coat man in some almost mercenary-looking armor, a Moth, and then that same bird person you had made small exchanges with on your way to this place.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of,
he's
Vaku,
kinda-
what are you doing?
Yeah, so he just kind of walks into like this little lounge area.
Yeah. You could head
Just-
further up the line of the ship and go to where the actual crew is dwelling, but for the most part, you can kind of tell that they're not. It's not
Yeah.
that they don't appreciate your presence, it's that you are civilians in a crewed starship, so they'd prefer you to stay in the civilian areas.
Yes.
This is a
Yes.
private vessel, by the way, it's not under anyone's banner.
So I look over, I see I see various people just kind of hanging out by the bar.
Oh, yeah.
And I kind of just go up to them and say hello.
Fair enough. You have to stand next
Hello
to
there.
most of the seated people, but looks like some of them are sharing a kind of shitty drink together.
Evening.
Howdy.
Or day, or whatever the hell it is out here.
What is the standard time?
Are you talking about what time the ship is running on right now?
Like, I'm just gonna take a. I'm assuming my little communicator has the time on it, right?
So there isn't any standard time here. For the most part, these ships are running on cycles, and currently right now it is running through about midway its active cycle.
Okay.
It's got like, it's basically got 2 different shifts, and you are currently in the midst of the shift.
So
As
basically,
so I guess as Sam's character approaches, I'm just gonna kind of look up and go, "Well, afternoon, friend. Are there any extra seats at the table?
Mm-mm.
None.
You 3 have
Alright.
taken up what remains of the small bar space.
All right.
My
Well,
character's going
I-
to jump onto the bar itself and sit on the bar itself.
As
Fair.
I clap my hands on the desk as if I'm gonna make a gesture of, "Oh, I've been here the longest. I made it up." Then Yurik does that, and I just go, "Oh." Unconventional thinking, but I like it. There you go. The seat just opened up. Take it, friend. And I'm gonna sit down.
All
and
right, I suppose.
Give a
Just
slightly
sit
pained
down.
glance at the now very empty-looking bottle of whiskey as I have started to share it amongst a much larger group than initially anticipated, and pour a modest-sized glass and slide it down towards you. I don't need to be drinking this whole damn thing, anyways. I'm on the job. I gotta be keeping my mind sharp.
On the
Fair.
job. Kind of
Alcohol
job
is
you
typically
work.
not a
Journalist,
drink
actually.
associated with my people, but suppose I could
freelance.
have a little
Yeah,
custom.
yeah. I've been hearing there's been some crazy shit going on in Davoth. Just a couple of the boys back home want a quick little piece written about it, and then I'm gonna hop on out of here.
Not too many
What sort of
independent
happenings?
journalists would be out this way, though.
Well, you know, these corporate types, they smell anything that could cause a rise or fall in the stocks, which, as it turns out, sabotaging terraforming equipment is definitely something of note in the larger galactic
Wait,
community.
wait.
and They just would love to know about it.
So Levi.
Terraforming equipment being sabotaged?
Oh, yeah, you hadn't heard yet?
No.
Crazy. I assumed everybody knew at this point.
No, it's
Anybody.
relatively...
I'm not a people person.
Yes,
I'm
no,
a
okay.
thing person.
Could you like DM me like whatever my target would be on this occasion?
Yes. Give me just one moment. We will be right back.
I don't know if I just spilled more information than I was supposed to.
Oh, you're fine. That is relatively unknown information.
Hey,
Oh,
is this something
well,
you would
shit.
want on the recording or no?
You're fine. Just keep this in the recording. I'll be right back. Or I guess you could cut it out. I don't really care.
We could just continue character
No,
interact.
I was gonna ask if he wanted me to record what they're doing, but
Ah,
I don't think he understood.
No, they're doing offside things.
Okay, well,
anyway.
I'll keep the recording running and you guys can do whatever.
Okay. Yeah, well, just got sent to check out a relatively interesting story is all I got.
well,
Well, that's interesting.
This
How-
might be a
by
good learning opportunity for me then. I clap all 4 hands together and say, I've never been able to work with terraform equipment. That might be something to...
Wait, so what are you coming to the planet for then?
Well, I was just traveling around, really. I've been traveling from place to place. I prefer planet side, but every now and then things start to get, well, boring and lonely on a single planet when you don't have, when you've left your family and the person you traveled with for so long has also left you.
Ah,
Well,
Wanderlust.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes.
But
Yes. Wanderlust is a good way to put it. But I've been learning a lot of the different technologies of around, and I've been able to. I've been trying to learn how to put things and take things apart and put things back together. I want to know how things work. And
well, that's a
you
wide range of expertise there.
is
But being tech savvy, the tinkering type, that'll always get you some good. That'll get you some good work, no matter where you go.
yes, and that's one thing I've learned from my not master mentor is what you call them.
Well, so you've been tinkering with stuff for most of your life then, huh?
Most of my life since I was nearly a hatchling.
That's more my family's expertise, but I never walked along that path, should we say.
Attention crew, this is the captain speaking. We are making final approach to Zavoth 3. If you wish, we have a particularly beautiful view outside of the port. Excuse my
My character is
repetition.
going to head towards one of the ports.
Fair enough.
Valku likewise will go to one of the ports.
My
Good
character
view.
is having to lift himself up to be able to.
Yeah, you have to take your top two arms and just kind of grasp the lip of this viewport and kind of bring yourself up just to see. And for any of you that peer over, you get a view of the expanse near Zavoth 3. From what you can tell, most of the land that you can currently spot, although there are some variations in dry and arid patches, appears to be this luscious green. Something else that catches the most of you off guard is that the moon of this planet appears to have also been terraformed and is host to its own atmosphere. You can just barely make out one of its liquid water oceans.
Is there like lights, like widespread lights from civilization, or is it pretty much a dark?
There are plenty of small clustered dots of lights kind of stretching amongst both the planet as well as the moon. However, it is a lot less than you would expect.
So more like enclaves, not widespread
Yeah, like small
civilization.
collections.
Okay.
A world in its semi-early stages of colonization.
You know,
It's developed as I thought it was.
Actually, from what you can tell, this planet has been colonized for quite some time. And it's because of current and recent events spanning almost an entire generation that they have lost a lot of ones they had.
Okay.
I remember going over something like that.
you know, you kind of never get used to seeing all this stuff again and again.
Especially with the way that the starlight beams through the obviously filtered viewport that won't burn your face off for looking at the star. Zavoth's star is particularly bright. Gleams with almost this whitish gold radiance, and it is warm to feel, just kind of even through this filtered view screen.
I will partially cover my compound eyes because it starts to overwhelm them.
Fair.
These are so wonderful.
So bright.
My antennas actually lean backwards as I kind of am amazed by this view.
That star is so bright. That must mean that the planetite is going to be quite hot. It could ruin my home world.
Necessarily, depends.
How so?
There's atmosphere density. There's how much the different types of gases. There's also artificial cooling terraformers that can cool the planets rapidly.
The cracking sound of the speaker coming into your auditory periphery.
Oh,
Yeah, it is Let me quickly respond to this.
Yeah, sorry.
You're fine. So, as the loudspeaker crackles back on again with that, we are entering our deceleration stage to secure a stable orbit around Zeva 3. I would ask those remaining in the relaxation lounge to take a seat, perhaps brace.
My character's going to brace himself in one of the cabinets.
Fair?
Sal's
Gonna-
just gonna get his
just
papers
gonna-
up off the table and just kick his feet up while continue reading.
Gonna grab
Bucket-
onto anything
Buck-
nearby. That's bolted
Doc's
down.
just gonna grab onto one of the seats and just hang on.
Fair.
Mm.
It is, for the most part, gentle. However, you can make out the ship gently beginning to shudder as you can hear the backdrop of the engine thrusters kicking in and burning. There is that gentle pull, which small unattended items begin to drift from their spaces. I imagine Ankos, who is probably not used to this, you realize just kind of out of the corner of your ear with your almost like sensory sharpness, the sliding of glass along fake wood, and you turn and catch your shot glass just in time for it to not drop off and shatter.
And then hurriedly stuff it back into the cupboard before we lose them again.
Nice catch.
Yeah, thanks. I'm pretty quick with my
You
hands.
have to keep your
sometimes.
priorities straight, you know?
Well, most importantly, I don't want to pay for these.
All about your priorities.
Well,
Fair.
I mean, you don't want to pay for the these glasses. If they shatter, you pay.
Yeah, that's the idea. I'm gonna go ahead and secure these and find a seat that's not gonna roll off.
As you are doing so, you hear the cracking come in once again. We are entering the second stage of our deceleration. Please continue to be seated until we give the all clear. Devoth, check those readings. That doesn't look quite right. And it cracks out.
My antennas twitch at that voice. I do not like that. I do not like that.
It is a bit ominous, but you know, they say space travel's the safest way to travel. At least
Something doesn't feel
I heard that once.
For the most part, it is pretty empty.
Yeah, Sal's going to kind of start tucking his stuff back into his jacket and making sure everything's set.
Wait, just look at my pack, make sure everything's secure.
You all make sure that everything is where it needs to be. Secure everything in your convenient storages that you definitely have. Especially for the sandwiches that you all carry. Definitely. But as
Yeah, ice
you
cream
all are
sandwiches.
finding more prepared spaces, just kind of hold on, which isn't super necessary because it has been for the most part a relaxing deceleration. Another sound kicks in. It's not the loudspeaker this time, but instead sort of like a minor beeping that grows until the deck lighting shuts off. Kind of like a and then
Something tells me that's not normal.
red
guys.
lighting on the sides of the compartment that you are currently sitting in comes on, and you hear the alarms begin blaring, and almost immediately in response with that, the loudspeaker crackles in. I'm going to have to ask you to get into more brace positions. Something
My
unexpected has
character's
happened.
going
It's an
home.
anomaly.
My character is
Well-
going to push himself against the cat inside the cabinets, holding tightly. Then
Is there any crash seating or emergency harnesses inside of this cabin?
Not in the relaxation lounge, but you would know that deeper into the crew compartment, there is a section of seating that's more like a troop or a loading bay that has basically fold-out seats that have straps.
How long would it take to get there?
Maybe half a minute, but you think you could make it.
All right. As soon as fucking the announcement ends, I'm gonna get up and yell, "There's crash seating further in the ship. Let's go!"
my character's at that point is going to start gliding
Yeah.
over towards.
So-
Doc just fucking bolts in.
As
Yeah, I'm
as
just-
all of you begin making your way, having to fight for space in this crowded environment, the loudspeaker kicks on once again, and you hear, stay calm, Dave, check that anomaly. What is it?" And it cuts back off again. At this
do not
point,
like that.
you
My
start
character's going to do
hearing
it
a
calmly, but
shuddering.
quickly
You can tell that the engine
as
cupolas
he
have
tries to
begun
take a
firing
seat
in some attempt to
at the-
maneuver.
at the emergency
For future
Fair enough.
reference, let's
braces.
try not to talk
Whatever.
over Levi too
You,
much.
you start strapping down
Levi
into these
is turned
safety
up louder
seats.
than everyone else in my mix, so he'll be audible.
That's fair. So you all begin strapping down into these safety seats, and almost immediately, the alarm kicks off, and then starts back up with something different. For those of you that are familiar with engineering, I would ask you to give me an engineering check.
Oh, I can do that. Skill monkey time.
Man, I can't just say, "Oh, I know that."
Wait, hold on. This one actually might not be very high. I don't
Oh.
think it's- Oh, well, it isn't high, but I got a nat on it, so fuck that.
Alright, so taking your pretty skillful roll, this new alarm that chirps in, you get an immediate sense. It goes from like that into more of like a and you can tell that that is the ship's imminent collision alarm.
Oh no.
No.
I'm gonna scream, hold the fuck on!
So, as you scream that, there's this shudder, this almost rocking. And immediately the loudspeaker kicks back in and goes, Dave, what the hell just hit us? Segment of a ship? I don't... Oh my god. Oh my god, everyone brace! Brace! And there's this... as a massive jaunt in space almost feels like the ship is ripped from its current position. We're in the middle of its grav tethers. What the hell do we do? Simple. Secure everybody. Get everyone to some relative position where they have a moment to secure themselves. I'm going to lock the crew station, and all of you back there, hold on. And that is the last time that the loudspeaker cuts out. There are small viewports in this emergency seating area, and as you look out, you see that there is a swirling energy almost being curling around the Fortune. An adequate name for something that suffers so terrible disaster. Just outside of the viewport, you see a ripple in space that wasn't present before. An area where something new, a twisted wreckage. Some of it looks ancient, some of it looks relatively new. However, all you can tell is that you are getting closer to it. Now that these supposed grav tethers have been enabled, the journey is smooth, but you can tell something bad is about to happen.
Could I make some type of roll to figure out what type of anomaly or disaster that was?
I would say that that would be, let me quickly check.
Physical science?
Physical science, definite.
Fuck.
I know that. Drat.
I'm not trained in that skill.
As far as you
He's
can
just-
tell, on surface level information, what the captain just referenced was a echo anomaly, otherwise known as the dimension that ships enter into for FTL. Something has just left echo space and has emerged on almost this collision course and has grappled onto the Fortune.
Dang, that either some bad timing or some horrifying. Something just left FTL and hit us.
So, in other
Falco's
words,
just in the corner. He's just kind
Is
of sitting there,
is the ship on a somewhat
silently praying to himself.
stable trajectory right now?
The journey to it is smooth, however, it is quickly growing in the small viewport.
All right, we got to do something. Are we wearing life support suits right now, or anything that could actually help
Currently,
us?
for the most part, most of you are not. Even our person wearing armor, I almost said the name that shall not be spoken. Even Darian, who is wearing armor, currently has air gaps inside of the suit.
Right.
You would have to get into EVA equipment.
Is
there
there
any-
EVA equipment in here?
You are in the emergency, basically settling down, strapping in bay. There are absolutely small pressure suits that you can don. Some of them will have to slip over your equipment.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop
with
out
a
of the.
particularly heavy setup, you would have to use one of those bulky, almost bubbly EVA suits.
Yeah, I'm gonna unclasp my harness and stand up and quickly start getting into an EVA suit and go. I'd recommend you guys do the same, just in case we get this cabin gets ruptured.
I will do the
Alright.
same as well, and I'm going to see if there's any way we could eject this to the planet in a safe manner.
Yeah.
I hope
just
this
gonna,
one that fits my anatomy.
Just gonna strap on that bubble suit and be
So,
like, "This is
As
Yeah.
harrowing."
as you all are getting dressed, once again the collision alarm gets in, and for the most part, most of you rush to strap back down. There is no captain to speak for this. However, you all get this.
I would say we just got hit.
As this happens, the lighting immediately goes out, just kind of a... as if something that this ship had just scraped as it came crashing into the vessel had come apart physically. And you get a sense that, whatever has happened has happened. You have crash landed on this mysterious vessel. And then... small, dim, emergency red lights come on to kind of illuminate a path towards the midsection of the ship.
All right.
All right.
Well, we're now no longer barreling through space, about to crash into something. We have crashed into something. So
Is there a computer terminal in this room?
Certainly.
I'm going to access the computer terminal and try to figure out what areas of the ship were damaged.
Since you were never given permission to these terminals, I would ask that you make a computers check.
as I see him trying to do this, I step over and say, "Let me give you a little bit of a hand there."
As you are going for it, he has already taken his lower set of arms and has kind of undone the paneling just below the computer's terminal and is already wiring things with this expert expertise, a 28 and level 1, so...
God
Alright.
damn.
So,
Find
As
some,
the panel flashes on and kind of flickers for a second. What are you wanting to do?
I'm just checking the stability of the ship. What areas are currently...
You quickly access into the engineering archives a quick damage report that was filed upon this collision, and you're kind of shocked to realize the front section of the ship that was home to the crew has been severed from this vessel.
What? The
You're not
entire
sure
front
what's-
section is gone.
You're not sure what's come of it, however, it is no longer attached to it. It is rended, meaning that that halfway section, that exit, might be experiencing vacuum.
Congrats, you have been
we
forward unto
do not
dawn.
go down to the midsection. That's going to be a likely vacuum section.
So is
Do we have a route to
So
escape pods?
on that, Darian is going to get up, go towards the door to exit, look behind to make sure everybody is wearing, protection.
Of course.
Well, we can't just sit here and starve to death.
I agree.
Run out of oxygen.
Give me a moment. I'm going to look over to our normal pathways, see if we can find a way to a escape pod, if possible.
Quick question.
Yes.
Is there any emergency supplies? Like usually they have in
Give
case
me a
of an
perception
emergency.
check.
Okay. This is gonna be fun.
You want some help with
Okay,
that guy?
there's my perception. There it is. Plus.
My first time out in space.
There you go.
Why?
Plus.
Why did this happen?
So, as the both of you begin looking for emergency supplies, you uncover a briefcase, a small cache that appears to have a minor amount of medical equipment, a small amount of rations, as well as some torches, as in flashlights, a couple of flares.
Hmm.
That being
There's
said,
enough, yes.
Dog, are you going to open the door?
I'm gonna wait to make sure that everybody is ready.
I'm gonna look up at
And,
Ankros and just be like, it seems like we had the same idea. How should this be divvied up?
Shit, let me see. I don't know. Y'all can take what you need. I got my own light.
Yeah,
I'm going to look for an escape pod that's still attached to this section to the computer.
As far as you can tell, the actual singular escape pod, which was probably not enough seating for both the crew and you all, was in the forward compartments.
I'm going to slam my tiny hand against the keyboard. The only escape pod was attached to the forward compartments. There's no escape from this, so we have to travel forward.
Well, this is gonna sound like a crackpot idea, but hear me out. This thing we ran into is a ship.
I was thinking
maybe it's
something.
got one.
well, I'd rather not sit here and wait for
Death.
basically.
Knows what's on the
I'd
other
rather
ship.
go and find it. Good point. Come on.
Let's go.
Before you crack
So-
that seal, make sure everybody's holding on to something. This might try and suck us out of the cab.
And before you do that, I'm going to go use the restroom.
You said there was some medical supplies, travel rations, flashlights, and what?
I think that was pretty much it.
So, Malachi and Tyler, did you see?
See
Yes.
what?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
You what?
Don't worry about it.
I'm stupid, I suppose.
Check your PMs.
Oh, right.
I don't need the flashlights. I will want the medical.
Now, the problem is everything that we have that has a pocket is kind of under the enviro suits.
Yeah, but that kit is still there, so we can just kind of like strap it onto ourselves.
Yeah. Who's the biggest, stoutest looking person of our party? The soldier?
Well, that or whoever's not really, a combatant.
Well, fuck it, I'll take it then. And if the bag has a sling or a stash, then I'm gonna throw it over myself. Which I'll have to make sure to tell Levi that I do that whenever he gets back. Because I'm
I
probably.
return.
So that little first aid kit, that little rations pouch we have, does it have like a strap or something that allows me to like wear it over the suit, almost as like a satchel?
It is a case with small clasps that have a kind of like what are they called? Fucking the cord. It is essentially like one of those plastic cords that you can kind of throw over yourself like a satchel.
Okay,
And
I'm gonna go ahead and do
Keeping
that.
in mind that it is not nearly enough trail rations to make you comfortable, and it is not nearly enough medical equipment to make you anywhere near certain that you could use it to handle deadly injury. These guys were relatively unprepared. They were expecting a smooth journey.
Well, something's better than nothing.
Well, I'll go ahead and throw it over myself because you'd be surprised at what you can do with a little bit of gauze.
Right.
and quick question: does my rifle have a collapse form? Is that like a common thing here?
In this particular case, your rifle, I would say no, considering just its general inadequacy.
Okay.
Well, are you ready?
As ever. As
I'm going to hold up a claw up.
Noctur, protect us.
So Darian is going to grab onto literally anything nearby that is not the door.
I'm holding onto the computer terminal.
I'm going to lay down on the ground and brace my feet up against the wall and keep my
Fair.
gun aimed towards that door.
And then he is going to
Just gonna
break
whip
the
out
seal
my pistol.
and hope that the
Hold
door
on.
doesn't just fly off the hinges.
So, you initialize a small override because there is a twisted red and yellow emergency handle to kind of open this thing manually, because most of it is computer handled. And with that, you hear a small hiss, almost as if pressures were equalizing, as opposed to being sucked out, and then the door opens and there's a small whoosh of air, just a gentle whoosh, as if
Oh.
the cabin that you are currently in We're just at a slightly higher pressure than the one outside. And
This is-
as the door is opened, you immediately begin to hear the curling, crackling of flames off in the background.
I'm going to access the computer and we'll see if there's any emergency extinguish systems.
No. Not in this
Uh.
particular case. There are emergency extinguishers for, like, the interior cabin, as in, if a fire were to go off in your section, you could probably extinguish it. But what is outside, you're not even sure what it is.
Something very important that we didn't do. Do these suits have any type of comm systems built into them?
They do not. They're just simple spacesuits. However, if you do have your own personal communications equipment, you're sure that you could set up something.
Before we leave, I'm going to... Oh, fuck. I don't even know if I'd be able to see it through the goddamn suit, unless it's got, like, a clear thing on it. But, I'm going to try to punch in a comm frequency into my headset and then hold my arm up to everybody else to get on my frequency, because if we have to do a spacewalk, we are going to have no communications unless we get on comms.
We'll say that you do that almost as like a last resort. However, everybody else was too concerned with breaching to actually set any of that up. So most of your possessions are hidden underneath your EVA suits. Well, not EVA suits, but your pressure suits.
Fair enough. All right. Well,
So, with the equalization, it opens into almost a dark expanse, kind of gently illuminated by crackling flame.
okay.
I think I forgot to put a comm unit in my inventory.
Fun.
Nice.
There are like 7 credits. I'd say just do it.
You'll get one later.
I think I just damn it, I forgot my phone somewhere else.
There was just
Your
a
phone
comm unit
is-
automatically in my inventory, so it's like,
I
whatever.
added that.
You could say you left it in the crew cabin whenever you were talking to them.
So, that being said, what do you all want to do?
No way.
Follow the
No
emergency.
way out
Yes, I
except
could-
forward.
So
Move
I am
forward.
I
just
mean, I
going,
guess I could.
Darian is just going to start walking.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
walk
Computer's
right
going
out of the
to try
compartment.
to pick up one of the extinguishers and get ready to do whatever is needed.
You get a small hand-mounted fucking extinguisher from the emergency section, which does not have that much fuel, but you
Yeah.
carry it out.
Our ship.
The scene that you are met with is one of visceral mechanical carnage. The entire front of the ship, as you step onto this, not suspended, it is a raised platform, has been basically severed in two, kind of broken and crumbled. It lays maybe 45 feet from the southern half of the ship, currently on fire, just terrible, terrible flames consuming most of it. You look back, and whenever you had previously boarded the Fortune, you remember there being 2 different engine thrusters. What is the word for that? Basically, engine mounts. The current port side mount has been completely detached and smashed to pieces. The starboard appears to be relatively intact, if not bent quite a lot, and your civilian compartment has somehow remained relatively intact. Around you is a spacious hangar bay filled with stagnant air, and this platform that you are currently on, not suspended, however, it is raised from the floor, which is making way for ships, leads on a almost one-line path to a set of double doors in the distance. Darkness surrounds the majority of you, however, there are small peeking lights just kind of in various segments.
I'm assuming I'm not having too much problems with it, though.
Oh, you're doing relatively fine in terms of vision. Everybody else has to turn on flashlights and that kind of equipment.
Well, I suppose since there was emergency flashlights, I guess I could just take one of those.
Yeah, you take one of those torches and click it on, and you can see the rusted metal that lay before you. Your engine, or rather, your ship that you trekked here on, is beyond repair. It would require an extensive refit and would still be totaled in the end because it was divided in two. However, it appears that you are currently in the engine, the hangar bay of something much, much larger than the simple landing craft.
Jesus
Is there
Christ.
something
Crap.
flyable out of here?
Something viable?
Flyable. Like, is this a hangar
Flyable.
bay?
You look around and see absolutely jack shit. There is nothing but the wreckage of your vehicle.
Okay.
Well, is
I
there?
don't know how the fuck we survived that.
But we're in the
What?
in the new ship, and there's oxygen in it, right?
Stagnant
Or,
air.
Stagnant air. Well, for now, I'm going to keep the suit on, but
Yeah.
well, there's nothing here for us, so we might as well just keep looking.
We need to
I
find an
wonder
escape
if we
pod.
could find a battery backup around here somewhere to get power to some terminals so we could do a scan for escape pods or flyable vessels. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. And then, as I think this, is there any type of role I could make to try to recognize the layout of the ship or maybe find labeling on some access ways that
You and anybody else proficient in engineering can give me an engineering check.
Engineering?
God damn. It's 2. It's 2.
Idiot savant, boys.
So, with your natural 20 for the total of 22, you take a look around, and this does not bring up any imminent patterns to mind. It looks old, like insanely old. And the moth seems to agree, almost dating this before the Syndicate was formed, meaning that this ship is potentially hundreds, if it's several hundreds years of years old. I'm sorry. Can't.
Well,
Is there, but can I spot any type of, let's say, on the side of the door, on the sides of the hangar, like conduits, access ways, labeling that are above the door frames that might indicate as to what passageways lead where, so that I can try and find an engineering department so I can.
I mean,
attempt to
you get a general sense based on the layout of this hangar that most of the engineering sections, like maintenance walkways, have currently been like blocked off, judging from, well, for the most part, emergency lockdown plating that had been triggered long ago. There is potentially another exit here, however, the main one that comes to your mind would be the one that is at the end of the platform, this long, stretching segment. There is once again a set of double doors that hang open, kind of retracted into their space.
Okay.
Well,
Got
it
no
looks like we're
clue.
not being given a whole lot of options. I don't have any hopes that this place will actually be brought back, but we gotta try.
Completely out of my element here.
Darian is going to charge, or not charge, but walk forward. Damn be the consequences. He's going to open that door.
Fair, it's already hanging open. So you all continue to walk away from the wreckage site of your ship, one that you had came here on. And as you get to a significant enough distance, you start hearing the groaning of metal. You look back and see the civilian compartment that you had been staying in is now grinding slowly, almost coming off of this platform, until it reaches almost this critical mass section, this where the weight is more hanging off of the edge than on the platform, and it drops for maybe a good second, and then fuel begins to leak out of the still intact engine capsule, which immediately reacts with the fires covering the majority of the vessel, and it explodes. Within the confined interior of this hangar, the pressure wave washes over most of you, kind of. Because you're in EVA suits, not really, wounding you, but definitely significantly debilitating in the sheer brightness and sound waves that you were just struck by. This vicious...
Well, Dave,
no
you will be
sounds
missed.
of leaking air, so you are, for the most part, fine.
Well,
I'm
damn,
going to
actually
put
don't-
everyone through the
You don't know
compartment.
what happened to the crew, honestly.
I think I left my spare clothes in that.
I lost. I left some of my tools in there.
Well, they belong to the void now. Let's just keep going.
I'm
walking to
going.
the ship.
As we go through the big set of double doors, I'm going to see if there's a way to re-engage them, to close them
You
behind.
My bow staff.
Yeah, you walk through into this small area. Appears to be a space for a loading bay for most of the stuff that is coming off of these entering vessels. And as you try to reseal the doors behind you, it becomes apparent that there is not enough power in this vessel to do that. You would have to manually close them and manually lock them with significant physical effort.
Well, shit. Let's just continue on. There's probably enough air here.
Yeah, my worry
I don't-
was more or less the ship coming off and sudden vacuum.
Which is kind of odd considering if this ship's made a jump, you would think it would have more power.
There's a small rocking of the vessel underneath your feet as apparently something happens outside that you don't see.
I think we should hurry ourselves along. I don't think we got a luxury of time.
So you
Agreed.
continue into this introductory lobby and immediately catch sight painted on the walls what appear to be words. In a remarkably ancient dialect, there's a bit of script, and then imprinted just below that appear to be in this almost industrial military style font, the Majesty.
I don't have anything I can hold.
Majesty.
My character is going to tilt his head before continuing on.
Fair enough. You reach on the other end of this small lobby. There is a small handful of doors, the most prominent of which is in the center of room, or center of the room, not just the room.
The room?
From what you can tell, it appears to be some kind of a lift, judging from the script, just kind of written above it. However, the doors are closed.
I am going to take a quick evaluation of this area. If this is one of the lobbies, would I be able to start planning out where the ship would need to keep its power section at?
From what you can kind of tell, generally, ships keep their reactors pretty close to their interior, that way they can be well protected by armor. Some of them try to keep the distance keep the general location pretty randomized to avoid any standard patterns to a form. That way, ships don't just look at another and be like, we shoot here for this reactor. In that same sense, these designs are pretty private, especially this one being so old. Point is, you're not certain, but probably close to the center of the ship.
Alright. So
You're actually not sure what segment you are on the ship.
that was more my question.
As we look, I suppose it wouldn't be completely out of place for there to be maybe some type of maps or diagrams inside of the ship to provide layouts or location.
If you want to explore the lobby, a perception check would uncover any weird or hidden things.
Okay, then I will do that. 22.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
You take a quick look around the small loading bay. There are a couple of benches with small seats. Whenever you look for a map of this specific section, you don't find anything within this area. However, you do find a small assortment of weird, almost ancient-looking. For the most part, it appears to be some kind of tool or some general equipment that would fit an engine.
Ooh. My character's going to take the equipment as you point this out.
You quickly whisk it away and find that it is of a remarkable date and would be of no use to you. However, there is a small gas-fueled torch.
Mine's
How incredibly archaic. I will pick that up and observe it as a curiosity, and
I imagine you're just holding it right out of reach of Yarreach.
And I'm going to put it back down because I have a flashlight and I don't want to carry on a nice little flame source to fucking light something on fire.
My
Fair.
character is going to begin tampering with the tool as he puts it down.
Yeah, you ignite it and start tightening and focusing the flame. It looks like it is made to cut through like ship sections, so it may be capable of going through your
Store
lift
it
door.
I thought you meant like
underneath my wings.
I thought
at
when you
this
said
point.
torch, I thought you meant like a flashlight. No, a cutting torch absolutely
cutting
makes it
torch.
like that. Yes, my bad.
Gas-powered cutting.
Okay, yeah, absolutely take with us.
Yeah.
Just in case we have to cross over sections.
You know, something that is there any like skeletons anywhere?
In this room, no.
In this room, no.
What about signs of combat?
Bodies.
From what you can tell, this entire area appears to be rusted to a point where it's very hard to make out any kind of damage that it suffered that comes specifically from combat.
Well,
Okay.
as long as we don't find a bunch of bodies huddled together, we'll probably don't need to worry about too much being here.
If anything, it would be more horrifying if they just died of starvation.
No, I think died of active combat would definitely be more worrying. Although it's not like whatever killed them would still be around, right?
So, what do you guys want to do? There are a couple of doors which appear to be depowered that you could probably force open, or you could try the lift door.
You know what? Let's try the lift door.
Fair enough. You approach it and quickly find that there is an emergency latch, much like your civilian shuttle. It appears that this place was designed for humans. It's not of an alien architecture. You quickly twist the handle and... The doors unseal to the point where you can see just a little bit of the light peeking through, and then they appear to hit some kind of a locking bolt.
Okay.
Ankos is currently just struggling with this manual, like, hole.
And then I think, that's
I'm gonna-
stupid, and then I'm going to reach for the torch.
There.
And I'm going to cut this locking bolt.
Keep in mind that he never gave the torch to you, Tyler.
He said he put it down, though, and I grabbed
And
it
then went-
afterwards.
Oh. I don't know.
Fair
Then I
enough,
went, well, this is actually useful then. Let's take it. Whatever. I don't care. If you're the one that has a torch, I'm just going to point the fucking point at you, and then...
Shall I make an engineering check to...
Certainly.
I'm gonna, while they're working on that, I'm gonna take a peek through a couple of the other semi-open doors and see what's up.
Through the first one appears to be some kind of supply closet, which almost looks vacant aside from maybe some clean shit. Through the other appears to be some kind of hallway, and through the third, it looks like it is kind of one of those, security checkpoints, judging from the tinted glass on one side of the lobby. So kind of like a security compartment.
Hey guys,
That being said, while you hear the hissing, Yarich is cutting expertly through these bolts, and pretty soon the lift doors are swung open. Not swung, but retracted, pushed manually.
got some sort of security station over here.
Any weapons from there? We might need them.
Yeah.
From what you can
General idea.
tell, the indicator on this torch appears to be about half full now.
We probably have only one more or two good uses out of this.
Keeping
So
in
how
mind
many
that was a
spy
pretty
rooms did you
heavy
say there
door.
were?
How many what?
You said there was a storage room, a security room, and
Yeah,
what
there was a
else?
small supply cabinet, a hallway, as well as a small like security station, from what you could tell.
Okay.
I'm
And
gonna-
we've already looked at the security station.
Yeah, as soon as those lift doors open, a amount of dust just pours through, just kind of coating most of the people standing at that exit before it settles.
I'm going to see if I can't peek on through the other side of the security window.
Yeah, from what you can tell, looking just gingerly through its almost pried open state, you can't see much, but what you can make out is a locker on the other end,
Open or closed?
currently closed.
So, Darian is
I'm
going
gonna-
to walk up behind the drow here, take a stance, and just try to kick straight onto the glass to see if it even does anything.
Fair. Are you hitting the glass specifically?
Yes.
Give me an attack roll.
Well,
First attack roll of the campaign is versus glass.
So you reach up and just kind of let out a breath before, and then hitting the glass, and there's kind of like that dull reverberation as you were sent hurtling backwards, and it takes actual physical strain to keep yourself from falling on your ass. That is some pretty sturdy glass.
well, I don't even think we're going to be able to shoot through that.
I mean, I have a laser blast. I have a laser pistol. I could
I'm going to go
perhaps
to the
maybe
glass
like
area.
shoot through it.
How big is the opening?
Through the doors specifically is where the opening is. It is cracked, almost as if somebody tried to pry it open with a tool. There are signs of wear, where apparently something was stuck in between the door wedges and was pried.
Try to
Can
get
I
it open.
try something real quick?
How disturbing that we're not the first ones to try this.
Well, what that means is there's something in there at the very least.
Indeed, and
Do
at
we
the
really-
moment,
Do we want to waste the time on it, though, is the question.
rather if there's something in there that could be of use and get us off this ship, even if it's just a key card of some sort or something to open something. Who knows?
Most keycards would be useless until we get the power.
I'm gonna
Back up.
step back. Is there any ductwork in the roof of this
You have
hallway
never
we're
heard
in?
of punch card.
There is a vent, more specifically 2 of them lining this lobby.
Is there one that leads into this room that maybe somebody with a small frame?
It is
can fit
hidden
into?
behind us, but you could send him up.
Hey, Yark, you want to do some climbing?
My character looks over. Sure.
See if you can't monkey around in those vents up there and get in through that way.
Wonderful idea. Better than using lots of disgusting. I'm
Well-
going to go up and undo the vents and start climbing through.
You have to do one of those weird, like, human
Oh.
pyramids where you're being held up and unscrewing those things manually. You go ahead and squeeze your head through. Look up and find there is a space that is not designed for normal people, but for one of your size? Maybe.
I'm going to try wiggling through the space and wiggle myself all the way towards where the security area is at.
And you kind of, like, struggling to get through.
Embrace my inner larva.
Embrace your larva. God. Go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Hold on.
Goodbye, whoever that was.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
My Discord's been cutting out.
Fair. I would need an athletics check to try and squeeze through this vent.
Okay. Athletics or acrobatics?
Athletics.
By the way, if we
Okay.
find a stopping point at some point to take a break, I didn't pick up a bottle of scotch for tonight, which is unfortunate.
Get the
I was planning on having-
session to get alcohol. That's great.
Only to be thematic. Actually, no, I forgot him.
So you get a pretty good portion of the way into this vent, and you kind of notice that it does one of those typical corporate fucking engineering vent things where it curls down into almost this small rectangle, and you're like, I can fit. I can definitely do this. I am stuck. You start hearing tum, 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 as he is trying to shift around inside of this small confined space. And you get a sense that your moth is now stuck in the vents.
Yerk, you need somebody to come up
Man,
there?
I hate it when my moths get stuck in the vent. That's just the worst thing ever.
Fuck.
All right, well, Darian's gonna try to climb up.
Oh, please die.
So, you kind of get up on one arm, pull yourself, because we all know your character is capable of doing a pull-up. and you stick your arm all the way through, and you just barely, like the tips of your fingers, you can't really see, just barely catch the edge of the moth's foot. And you're like, can you fucking kick out or something?
And at that point, I'm just going to try and yank him out.
Fair enough. You all have to kind of like struggle to get a genuine grasp before, more roughly than you would like, you get pulled from the vent and kind of like hit a bolt or two on your way out.
I'm going to begin. Thankfully, I'm wearing my suit, so my wings do not get so beat up.
Correct.
Maybe that's why you got stuck.
All right, let's not try that again.
Agreed. I don't think I'm ever going to do that again.
Let's leave whatever potential shit is in that locker in there until we might need to get it later.
I agree.
Fair enough.
I'm
Rather
going
not-
to go back towards the big
You go through the lift
loading
doors.
bay doors.
So you're going through the lift doors, the ones that you would open with the bolt. You had to cut the bolts. Is that where
Yeah,
you're going?
Because there's
Yeah, I
that in the
guess so.
hallway.
Yes. Okay, so you step through the periphery of specifically the lift doors and find yourself on a large square platform that appears to be solidly stuck in its space. There is a control set just in the corner. However, something that you notice, as soon as you cross into this boundary, there's kind of this flicker, and most of you begin to feel nauseous as you can feel the gravity begin to give way. It lightens for a moment before fading entirely. Yarich, inside of this lift, you can see a space above you, just kind of curling into shrouded darkness.
I'm going to start climbing up the way and begin hopping from spot to spot. Almost.
Using your wings as kind of like a guiding thing, sometimes you flutter. Do the
Yeah.
rest of you follow him?
Yep.
Without gravity, yeah.
Fair
As
enough.
best as I can, I suppose so.
You get to another sealed bolt section. Currently hitting the top of this lift, there is once again another set of those lift doors that appear to be locked. You'll probably have to spend the rest of your torch fuel here.
Glad we didn't use that. I'm going to start another engineering check.
For this, I'll say that you did so well in the last one that you managed to finish it off with just a touch of fuel. Maybe you have enough to light a cigarette or something. As you cut through this second pair of bolts, the doors are forced open via their manual means. You emerge into a small section, again attacked by dust once more, and as all of you cross the periphery of the lift, you feel this, and you gently drift to the ground, some of you on all fours before having to get back up as the gravity comes back on.
Well, good thing we weren't in the lift when that happened.
Indeed.
All right, well.
Guess keep on moving, keep on looking.
Fair. You enter a small hallway, which appears to have several ways to go. However, the one that interests the most of you appears to be a large section, currently off in the distance of this kind of like crossways, that appears to open out into a much larger means of traversing the ship. That being said, as you all are walking forward into this new, almost kind of like a navigational bay of a sort, you hear kind of the twist of something, a small and you look up, kind of catching it, and you see a camera.
Is it
My
on?
character is going.
It
Go up
appears
to-
to have moved just slightly.
My character is going to go up to the camera and begin trying to figure out where it's coming from. Where it's
That's
That is
unsettling.
beyond creepy. Why do all the systems in the ship have no power, but this one video camera does? Can you trace it? Try and find out where the power's coming from, Mothman?
I'm going to hold up my clawed hand think in a thumbs up motion.
From your technical experience, you get a sense that, based on the emergency lighting within the hull of this vessel, and from what you can tell, there is a small amount of power. Not to mention the gravity systems that are currently kind of suffering right now means that there is power to the ship, it's just not enough to route to most of the systems.
Well, from what I can tell, it's just the residual power that's left over from this entire place. We
Well-
are standing, are we not? We're not floating around.
That
Y-
is
y-
true.
But at least it means that there's power going to places other than just the life support systems. And if we were to find an engineering bay,
The life support is dead.
basically,
Once again, stagnant air.
oh,
Dust.
mm.
Clearly there is no fresh air flowing.
Oh, okay, I got you. Well, pretend that brain fart didn't happen.
Regardless, as you come across into this large hallway, you find the first of many bodies. Currently settled down on the floor, having experienced some variation of 0G to gravity. They are long decomposed, most of them bearing tattered, almost rotted military uniforms. Nothing but skeletons.
Huh. Well then,
Dear.
let's not become like them, shall we?
Please, no.
There is another flicker, and with it, just kind of a general shudder of the craft. You feel the gravity begin to lessen just a little bit once more before it comes back to full power. The lights around this place, the small, dim emergency lights, shut off. And then in response, underneath the deck that you are currently walking, a small orange line. The deck plating significantly illuminating, traveling further into the depths of the ship.
All right.
Well,
You know, whenever your entire,
I'm
you know,
going.
your, never
I'm
mind.
going to go over to Ankos. Ankos. Can you tell if any of these are engineers?
Well, I guess if I looked at their utility belts, maybe I could find some tools that'd be signifying. Give me a minute. And then I am going to go ahead and go through and I'm going to search the bodies. I actually have something in particular I'd like to use for this.
Go ahead.
Let me see.
What would you
I
like to
believe
use?
Diligent Searcher.
Alright.
Playing a +1 insight bonus to perception checks. In addition, you can take a 20%. Take 20 on a perception check to search in only 5 times the usual amount of time. Hold on.
So you're gonna take a little bit and just figure out exactly what these guys were.
Yeah.
While he's doing that, could I guess, examine the bodies to see if, there's any injuries on the bones?
Fair.
With
Yeah, I'm also going to
medicine.
take a peek around.
Yeah, definitely do medicine.
So this is going to be like a 1-hour search then. You take a 20 on a perception check to search in only 5 times the usual amount of time.
Do you all want to spend an hour here?
Makes only 5 minutes.
I mean, how long does it take to do, the search action? You're searching for
How
something.
long will
It would be about a.
how long would our pressure suits last anyway?
Normally, it would be 20 minutes to exhaustively search an area no more than 20 by 20. That is like you find everything, and this is I take a longer period of time to, I guess, get a guaranteed 20.
I feel like that's you literally like you're trying to pry open plates and all that to
Well, I mean,
find
he's looking at
everything.
these particular people, so you'll be taking them basically apart.
Yeah,
So you're gonna spend almost an hour here?
to
Let
find.
me check real quick. You're going to search these guys. It'll take how much more time? 5
Okay,
times?
so I'll just read it out. Benefit: you gain a +1 insight bonus to perception checks. In addition, you can take 20 on a perception check to search in only 5 times the usual amount of time, meaning it only takes 5 minutes for you to exhaustively search an area no more than 20 by 20 feet. Oh,
Yeah.
So
so
it
make
takes 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I was
okay.
about to comment that. So,
normal is it takes 20 minutes to do what I'm about to do, so this makes it a lot shorter.
we'll,
and it
we'll
gives me a
come
+1 insight bonus to perception.
we'll come back to you then, Gross.
Okay.
First of all, Sal, you take a ginger peek around, looking about. The dim illumination underneath you, these guiding lights seem to flicker for a bit as you go on a different path. It looks like this is kind of like a maintenance, or rather just a general navigation area that allows you to access different portions of the ship in relative ease.
Mhm.
So this is basically a maintenance walkway.
Okay.
As for these engineers, which you quickly determine is their purpose, though they were carrying arms and definitely not armor, but relative equipment for engineers of the sort, they are not capable fighters, and their specific weapons are long degraded and practically of no use. That being said, they are absolutely engineers, the both of them.
Okay, so no key cards, keys, anything
No,
that
you,
would.
you don't see anything in this
So
particular
I
area.
know I'm not
Okay.
here right now, but someone did ask if they died of wounds.
No, I was going to get to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Darian, you do look and try to observe what exactly is, like, the specific course of death. You don't know specifically what they died from, but there are no wounds marring their bodies. It looks as if they died from a non-combat accident.
Well, they're dead, but they weren't killed as far as I can tell.
Death of a starvation or
Vacuum.
what is it called? Esophagus.
Dehydration.
Yeah, it is about this time that you get a warning beep from all of your EVA suits, considering you put them on all about the same time. If not all at the same time, then just after each other's begins to beeps, your suits give you a warning that you've expended half of your limited air supply.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how long do we have in these suits
About that
before they
time and a
expire?
half.
Probably about 15 minutes now.
15 minutes.
These were not meant to be, like, expedition suits. These are emergency things for immediate events.
I'm going.
All right. Well,
Is there any oxygen tanks on any of these?
Not that you can tell. Most of this just generally seems to look like an industrial machine.
Well, this is a big ship, and I'd
Very
rather,
large ship.
well, keep this, what's left of it, in an emergency. So, and he's going to do the brave thing, put his hands on his helmet, and see what happens when it disengages.
You pull it off and take a breath. The air here is pretty heavy. The smell of long since fully decomposed individuals, the dust pervading your senses, and you get a sense that that is why this segment was so dusty. It's literally the human remains of these decomposing bodies.
Well, it doesn't smell nice, but
It's
I can
breathable.
breathe.
and
I'm
as soon as
going-
you say that, I go ahead and unlatch my helmet and
So
As-
you will take a moment to get rid of your EVA gear, just kind of
Not
getting back
really,
to your
but
senses.
take it off. Take off the helmets at least.
If you're just going to take off your helmet, then yeah, you're still covered in this rather bulky pressure suit that kind of clings to most of your armor and feels uncomfortable.
Yeah, we don't know what's here. We're not explorers of wrecked vessels.
Fair. So what do you do now?
well, we're on an engineering walkway. These are engineers.
There appears to
find-
be a guide light on the floor.
And they-
I'm going to
let's
follow
go
the
find the
guide
equipment they're
thinking it
responsible
might
for.
then send us to the power area.
Suppose follow little man.
Yeah.
What does the detective do?
I am going
Oh,
to
the
do as
bug.
I've always been doing, trying to find out where I can get the power restored at. We are in an engineering area, so I'm going to follow the lights.
Fair. What does he fucking Vaku do? He seems to be kind of an outlier in this particular little group.
Yeah, I've been kind of quiet because I'm like really out of my league.
Don't
I'm like,
feel afraid.
Just-
Just fucking talk and do shit. Provoke.
yeah.
Murder.
Kill! Kill!
Become the crazed crew member in this crash site.
Team PK. Team PK.
You could be a little
Saucy.
sus among us.
See?
You could also try to vent.
Try to-
Well,
Mostly
you see,
I guess-
I can't vent property.
yeah, Tyler, try.
Okay, I guess. Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna look around the room. Is there any sort of entrances or exits that we haven't taken yet?
There are plenty of entrances and exits here, mainly because most of the party is currently following guiding lights on the floor. You can kind of be a brave outlier and go and explore a little bit.
I mean, I got a higher move speed, so if I do run something bad, I can just vamoose back to the main group.
Fair.
Oh god, Amber.
I'm gonna poke around and
Sambrum.
let's see.
You split off for just a little bit and continue to move on an opposite direction. Most of the party is too concerned with their own survival and leave you be. You head the opposite direction and manage to make it towards a small observation area for the hangars that you didn't notice before. There is an array of depowered controls, however, you are caught again by that strange... and you look up towards the corner of this small deck and realize that the camera is watching you.
It looks like an eye that's just standing there. I don't like that. Is it still my go or?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
Anything you
So
want to do in here?
I'm in this I'm in this hangar area.
You're in this
and-
observation deck that is overlooking the hangar. So you're behind glass, but you do see the wreckage still burning of your spaceship.
Let's see. Any other like doors around here?
In this particular area, there is another, however, it appears to be sealed shut.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could loop back around and see if there was anything we missed. Because you said there was like a hallway back by that
Yeah,
security checkpoint.
you're currently in kind of like a, well, the security checkpoint we have long since passed. However, we are currently navigating through kind of like this engineering deck, this sort of walkway that leads into most of the different systems on this vessel. And as you kind of get a sense that maybe you're getting a little bit too alone, you start to trek back, kind of keeping your eye on most of this. And for the most part, your memory is pretty good. However, you can't help but notice, the lighting kind of go out in your section of the ship. And then once again it's replaced with floor lighting, those guiding beams.
Yeah. It's getting a little creeped out. I'm gonna like regroup.
There.
Yeah.
You pass by the corpses and rejoin with the group, successfully completing your small adventure. As the rest of you continue to walk, you eventually reach what appears to be a small sort of a walkway, set of stairs that you have to climb upwards, this guiding light following along embedded into the stairs themselves. Before you reach another set of doors, these ones appear to be open. Off in the distance, you hear something active, like something that has just suddenly slid open, or perhaps a pair of things that have done something. As you approach into this, you pass by what appears to be a desiccated, and I mean, like, for all intents and purposes, this place is ruined, sort of science bay. Crossing over, following these small guiding lights, you eventually make it into what appear to be...
My character pauses for a moment, takes a quick glance at the science bay before moving on.
Fair. You kind of longingly look at all of the long since rusted and destroyed equipment before you quickly catch back up with the rest of your party. And in this empty segment, through another set of open double doors, there is actual, genuine light. You cross into this compartment, and I would like everybody to make a perception check.
Too easy.
Okay. Perception.
Everyone? Okay.
Everyone.
What's my perception?
Third natural 20.
20.
Getting them all out of the way now while they don't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do like how you can just click the sheet.
It is nice.
22.
Yes.
Okay. So, as all of you enter this bay, most of you, that being Anko, Sal, Darian, Vaku, all catch note of a small pedestal in the corner of the room. The source of the light. Appearing to be a small feminine figure, too small to be any kind of being, but rather a small is currently sitting on this pedestal, almost waiting for the majority of you, before suddenly it blinks out and almost fragments, disappearing into sparkles before leaving the room blank. Yarich is unaware of this happening and continues to look at the shining pods.
After seeing this, I'm going to kind of blink twice and look at everybody else and go, "Did you just see that?
See what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was real.
We're not alone on this
Yeah,
ship.
those-
You know, I thought you were weird
So-
for bringing a rifle, Mr. Sal.
So,
But, no, now I wish I had mine.
Something strange also catches your attention.
never leave home without it.
Inside of this bay appears to be a scattering of, again, whilst this is ancient and rusted and almost looks like it's been drifting for who knows how long, there is new equipment here. There are standing prop spotlights that appear to have burned out, lacking any kind of power, and just off to its spooled along cable appears to be a generator that has long since been dead. However, they are new. They are not rusted, and it appears that this place had been set out and almost excavated.
I'm going to go to the
Does it look like
generator
this-
and try to figure out what I can do to get it going again.
So this thing just blinked out of line of sight, just gone.
It was on a pedestal, and it almost looks like the hologram projector that was emitting it just turned off, and of disappearing into fractals of light.
Oh, so it was a hologram.
Yes, it was a small feminine figure on kind of like a hologram podium.
And this looks like a research bay, not like anybody's living here.
Correct. Off to the side, it appears, now that you have actually entered this area, there are selection of pods filled out with glass. Some of them are cracked, some of them are not.
I'm going to see
look
what
around
I can
for-
do to get that generator going. The
So
new-
as you are looking at the generator while Onkos probably explores the pods, you quickly determine that its ignition source, the capacity for it to start and spool itself, has been drained for quite some time. You think that maybe with some of the charges on your battery, because this looks to be compatible with your current technology, you might be able to get this to start.
I'm going to hotwire it to one of my batteries.
So you quickly kind of route some of the wiring off to one of your handheld batteries, and you see its indicator go bing, 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 bing until about half charge, and then you feel confident in activating this thing. And you see the energy beginning to illuminate within as these spotlights that were currently in this sort of excavated, strange bay come to life. Currently ignited. Now these standing spotlights are kind of keeping these dark areas well illuminated, and even catches the drow off guard, who's just like, who the fuck turned on the lights? It kind of stings a bit, and you have to adjust, putting a hand to kind of shield your face. Same with you, actually, Yarich. I believe you have a light sensitivity, don't you?
I don't think it's official.
No,
Right.
you do not. I imagine it's kind of a bit brighter than average considering your moth heritage, but you don't have light sensitivity like the drow do.
Yeah, it's just slightly annoying.
So as these lights come on and actually illuminate the pods, Inkos, you cross from one to another, from 1, 2 to 3 to 4. Each one is aligned by a long since decayed corpse. Some of them appear to have even tried to smash the inside. You can tell via the scraping and almost brute force damage from the interior, until you make it to the fourth one, in which there appears to be a figure in a black bodysuit, fully encapsulated.
Oh no.
Huh. Well, that's curious.
There appear to be pipes running along this black bodysuit into multiple sections of this pod, and it almost appears that this thing is filled with some kind of liquid, and the figure inside of the bodysuit is like suspended inside of it.
Huh. I'm gonna call out to everybody that I found what might be a survivor.
I'm going to go up to the pod and begin investigating.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find a way to potentially open this without hurting the occupant.
As you go to do so, and as the moth approaches, you hear a hiss. The rest of the ship lights go out, even the gravity weakens for a moment, but you can see lights blink onto the pod, and you hear kind of like a stumbling, the interior liquid beginning to stir for a moment, and you could tell that the figure just twitched.
I am going to take a quick step back
Same.
and
My
just,
character is going to
watch and observe.
route one of the wires from the generator that's going into the pod to give it a little bit more power.
Give me a surprise sporadic engineering check. A 19, you quickly and adeptly take one of these power lines with the spotlights and connect it to one of the power banks on this last remaining intact pod. And it seems to feed in just that little bit of extra energy, in which you start seeing the liquid beginning to drain. It reaches about a halfway point, and appears that it abandons protocol, opening early and spilling out. You can already smell it. It is... whatever it was, it's spoiled. It smells god-awful.
I begin running away at this point.
Yeah, it is pouring out of the deck and running into, like, vented holes. And as the doors come fully open, the figure, slouching at first, falls out of the pod and just hits the deck with his hands. Just this terrible, almost amberish liquid runs off of you in beads before eventually draining into that plate.
My character's going to try to find some sort of cloth that's not completely rotted and begin wiping the individual.
So you start wiping the individual who starts violently coughing.
As you start walking up to it, I'm going to grab you by the back of the damn collar and go, I wouldn't touch him right now.
Yeah, it is this terrible, almost like vomiting sound, this like hacking and clearing of one's lungs. And you can tell through spaces in the helmet that have suddenly kind of opened, this bodysuit that appears to almost have this black leather appeal to it. There's just this terrible fluid that is just pouring from the faceplate, almost as if this person's internal mechanisms, like his lungs and his fucking stomach, was just flooded with shit. As he gets some semblance breathing in this stagnant air, he looks up, and for a moment kind of shudders, uneasy about the weight that he's currently placing on his body. Tries to get up on one knee and begins to rise, and you see that he is taller than most of you. Brian, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah. So,
Will you?
I stand up and kind of take my read of the situation before...
You are surrounded by unfamiliar figures.
Who are you?
Your body stings everywhere.
And at which point, I'm going to reply, survivors, and it looks like you are one too.
Survivors? You aren't personnel.
No, the remains
Everyone
of your ship crashed
on
into
the ship is rotted.
Thank you, Tyler. The remains of your ship crashed into ours, and
What?
here we are.
How? We were en route. We were en route to Arcturus.
I hate to tell you, friend, but this ship has been abandoned and derelict for what looks like several hundred years. I don't know how you're alive, but you're the only one on this ship that's alive.
So it's at this point that I kind of leerily turn towards the other cryopods to see the other occupants.
The rest of these individuals, which you recall, it feels like it's been so long. But for you, it's been maybe a prolonged dream. The rest of these crewmen, which for the most part were very important personnel that were being transferred to Arcturus, are rotted and decayed. They are gone.
Holy shit.
I'm sorry for your loss, but we need to keep moving.
How am I alive?
It almost...
We need to find Fractal. She'll have answers.
Fractal.
Hold on there. Maybe you should take a second and just breathe for a bit.
Actually, there's something I am a little curious about.
If this ship is derelict, and it's been derelict for this long, we don't have long to get off of here. We need to find Fractal and get answers.
This was your ship. Do you know of anywhere there might be escape pods, control centers, anything to get off of here? Because
Would I
this
know
thing's
this?
barely holding itself together.
Would I know this?
From what you can tell, they would be near the hangar section. However,
Hangar.
they are in a specific segment of the secondary hangar.
But before we split off onto that, I want to draw attention to the fact that there is all of the new equipment here. I want to take him to the area back where we saw the hologram projection and ask him if he recognizes any of this.
No.
Could I give a very how well did I see the hologram projection? Could I give a decent description of what that woman looked like
With
on
your
display?
20, your total of 28, you accurately recall the most glowing white image of a miniature projected female figure that was kind of in a crouched, almost hunched position, sitting with kind of her legs to her body.
I'm going to recall that projection to him and ask him, was there some type of ship AI? It was almost seemingly watching us whenever we got here.
Fractal, that's her.
Well, I guess she's functional in some capacity. Do you know where
She
we
must
could
be.
find her at? With air quotes being made.
She wouldn't have been in my harness whenever I was put down. It would have put her in the mainframe of the Majesty. I'm not leaving without her.
That's fine. I mean, after all, this mainframe sounds like it'd be a good source of information.
And I'm not leaving without my armor.
All right. Well, let's see what we can do to rectify this. And
Indeed.
as I stop and think for a second, I go into the ration pouch and I pull out some of the solid food rations and present them to you. Go here. You probably want
Food is the last thing you want right now after vomiting so much.
Not ready.
But you probably haven't had real food in literally hundreds of years. Just hold on to it.
I think we should find what he's asking for at the very least.
Fractal.
Yeah.
Where's the mainframe located?
You help me find Fractal in the mainframe. Help me find my armor, and I'll get you to the hangar. There still has to be an escape pod or two left. In fact,
My character's going
I don't
to
think
begin.
I don't think there were any pods jettisoned. They should all still be there.
Well, let's walk and talk. Do you know what happened?
No, they put me down on the way to Arcturus, and now this.
I think this would be a good time to see if we know what Arcturus is.
Yeah, can I get a roll to find out if I know what it is?
Sure, give me a culture check from any of you that haven't.
Culture. I am trained quite well in this skill.
I have no ranks, but I have a +4.
Fucking dogs.
Kill them.
Right, it's a trained skill that can't do that.
So, for the most part, many of you are not aware of what Arcturus is.
Yeah, I don't
My
know.
character's going to begin dismantling the generator and turning it off for now.
There. Eventually, it
worried.
comes to a crawling, powered state before it goes completely still.
Can someone carry this with me? If we're going to a mainframe, we're going to need some power.
It is twice as big as him.
Hey,
Is there a
hold on.
cart in here I could put this thing on?
Not that you can see.
And I don't
So-
think that would be me. I'm the only one with a weapon out at the moment.
All right.
So
you
well,
pulled out your gun.
So
If we're that,
Darian is going to, approach our mystery man and say, "Hey, you got a name?"
I have a number. 447.
all right then.
You don't even know your name.
You got a call sign we can call you? Because in the heat of battle, in an emergency, that would be kind of difficult.
3 numbers are difficult.
So
Three syllables.
I
Darian is
think
going to
for
look
now-
for at least some kind of nameplate or anything on the pond that he was in.
Nothing.
Uh,
Though
Well, you
these
know
days
what?
are numbered.
Well, you know what? 447 works good enough for me. For now.
So I was on like the observatory deck looking over the hangar bay
You did
earlier,
rejoin
right?
everybody else. However, what
What?
is your query?
What I've been able to remember, like what exactly was going on down there, like the situation of like
You were
of like
with
any
the
ships that were
party.
You were
left.
with us.
So, I will say this is from your memory of what you remember in that little observation cupola. You recall seeing your ship completely ruined, on fire, and the hangar vacant on the other passage or ship.
On the other ship.
On the other ship?
What are you talking about?
Wait,
are you even paying attention?
Good question.
I'm sorry, but my ADHD brain's like, no. I find it hard for me to find an opportunity to get in. And
Possibly. Are you referencing the fact that we were in the hangar at some point?
I was on the observation, like I split off earlier to like
Yeah, and then
look around a
Oh,
bit.
You
came
did
back.
return.
Yeah.
But did he
So-
see anything there?
Yes.
He saw what I stated he saw.
He
The
saw
the ruined ship in an
So-
empty bay.
Sam. Our ship
Yeah.
crashed with another. The other ship
Yeah.
hangar was directly connected to our ship, and we went through the other ship's hangar and to the point we're at right now.
Oh, we came in through the hangar.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
All right. It's okay.
It's okay, Tyler, scream at him more.
At least we're on the same page now.
All right.
So, what is up?
Each person grab one corner of the damn generator and we move.
So you gather a small assorted team and kind of lift up this generator and begin hauling it towards the direction that 447 indicates.
It's a
that
portable
might-
generator,
It might
right?
be a good idea.
It is.
This could seriously be the only working power.
Typically, those have
ship.
wheels. Can we just wheel it?
This one particularly does not. It looks
Oh,
like it was.
damn.
It looks like it was carried on
Please.
some kind of vehicle.
Lazy sons of bitches, not even buying them with wheels. They got some mechanical grav lift or something.
I look
So-
for a card. Okay.
You look for a cart. Eventually, you find in this science bay. You find a gurney.
Oh,
Close
Well-
enough.
you know what? That's better than carrying it.
You lift it up, settle it down. Do you strap it down with the gurney straps?
Yes.
You gurney strap this generator and begin rolling it through the hallway.
I also grabbed the power cords to the generator and put it on the gurney as well.
Amazing.
Well, you
So-
know what? This thing could be the key to us living, so let's not take any chances, regardless of how stupid they make us look.
You I'm just gonna go continue kind of like an overwatch of the group just to
Fair,
make sure there's
you're
no.
keeping an eye in case there's any aliens here, and like the xenomorphs.
I'm more along the lines of security since we are foreigners on what is apparently a military vessel.
I get it.
Yeah, a
Could be
derelict
some
dead military
sentry
vessel.
bots or something just wandering around.
So,
You don't know.
You are currently wandering through these hallways to this main. All of the rest of these doors are open. Apparently, some kind of act by this intelligence that's been watching you.
Okay. That's
As you continue to travel for minutes, you pass by several cameras which are not actively tracking. By the time that you reach this designated mainframe, you find that it is a depowered, pretty large computer with a segmented chip kind of inserted right directly into the center of it.
I am going to begin hooking up the generator to the mainframe.
Fair enough. Give me an
I need to
engineering
make
check.
an engineering check.
With the 21, you route what you can from this portable generator before starting it, and the minor systems that were put in place begin to flare to life. The actual power itself routes into other portions of the ship, briefly illuminating its deck. What is it that you all wish to do with the mainframe?
Try to find a fractal and download her to this chip, if possible.
So you take a moment and kind of come to a realization that with your computer expertise and unfamiliarity with this particular data systems, you are not really certain where this AI would be located, but you know that they don't just transfer on memory banks. They are built into a physical construct, and from what you can tell, that chip is what the AI is probably loaded onto.
Alright.
So you
I'm
pull
going
it
to
out.
eject the chip, and I'm
So
going to
as
also...
I see him go for the chip, I'm gonna kind of stop his arm as he attempts to grab it. I'm gonna brush his
I'm
arm to
going
the
to let-
side, and I'm gonna try to eject it myself.
So, since it has already been ejected by the moth, you gingerly pull on the chip, and as it comes to rest in your fingers, you see the pieces of crystal, the inlaid disc on this chip itself, already having been cracked from some unknown source. It falls out from the interior of the chip, and several crystals just hit the floor, all in segmented, cracked pieces.
So it's at this point, seeing these crystalline shards clatter to the floor, I'm gonna gently let go of the Skittermander's arm and tightly grasp the now empty data chip. She's gone.
Hold on. I'm going to store away the crystals and...
You pull out
You pull out a dustpan, apparently.
and just kind of start sweeping them up and putting them into a little
I
pouch.
imagine it's more like me meticulously grabbing each one,
he
counting and
doesn't
seeing.
pull arms. It's like a
you
vacuum.
grab as many as you can and stow them away for future use.
What are you doing with those?
We might be able to recreate a fractured version of Fractal.
What?
If I can repair this.
What do you mean
crystal.
fractured?
Well, if I can get these, if the readings are stored on this crystal, I could retrace how the crystal was made, and I might be able to recreate data from it. It won't be the same data, but it might be enough to get you something you're familiar with.
So, as all of you are kind of talking, there is another much more violent shudder of the deck, especially for the weakened 447. You were almost thrown off of your own down to the floor, kind of recover just barely.
I'm gonna try to steady him.
I'm gonna find
Fair
some
enough.
place to store the now destroyed data chit. And,
I imagine that you have some kind of side pouch.
yeah. We
We
need
need to get your
to
armor and
find
get
my
out of here.
armor and get out of here.
That is another simple discovery. This mainframe is not far away from the armor. And as you continue exploring, you find more and more of this excavation equipment present. Some doors have been seemingly drilled open, others have been pried, kind of breaking the metal interior locking mechanisms, until you make it to said armory. Inside are a number of excavation equipment. The bay itself is empty of all arms and equipment.
Where is it?
Nowhere to be found.
So I
Perhaps
assume since
whoever-
this was some pretty heavy duty, like, specialized power armor, it has its own, like, dock in here that it was meant to be stored in.
Oh yeah, there was definitely some kind of a segment where it was meant to be attached. Suspended arms in the middle of the room, perhaps, and all of those plates are gone, missing from their attached position.
I'm going to look around. Does it look like this place has been hit by scavengers or something?
It looks
Yes.
much more professional. Most of the equipment here is shiny and relatively new.
Damn it. It must have been
If you
out
need to
long
find
enough
your-
that something took it. Someone.
We could figure out who this equipment belonged to. We could trace it back and see if we can't track your armor down.
We're going to have to.
It's worth a shot, but
I'm going to look for any markings of company logos on the equipment.
Oh,
We might-
certainly.
we
Well,
might want to
you-
move fast.
You, in
Oh.
fact, take a look at the generator that you are currently working. You find that it displays markings of a rather popular research group named Project Voyager.
Well then, I guess this is where I could.
That's-
Culture again.
Oh, certainly.
18.
From what you recall, because this is pretty popular information, Project Voyager is a collection of very intelligent scientists that have all kind of grouped together with the intention to uncover the lost secrets of the sector. They typically find ancient machinery, restore and basically kind of, not necessarily restore, but they figure out how ancient tech worked and kind of put it back together, perhaps figure out how it could apply to their current society. They work very close in tandem with the Syndicate, but they are not technically part of the government. They're basically a extremely well-funded research organization with government ties.
That might even be a better option. Maybe they have Fractal, a version of Fractal on their own computers.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I think maybe. Listen, little Mothman. I think maybe we should focus on trying to get out before trying to cheer him up.
Most of 447's dialogue has just been, "What are you talking about?"
Where
Because
am
the
I?
moth is just like continuing to elaborate.
Where is my son?
Where am I? Where's my armor? Where's my allies? Where am I? Everything.
I don't think you have noticed this.
Gone
but
Halo Man.
He's
He's just lost.
Where's the pretty lady that lives in my head?
Calls me Stud Muffin.
Either way, we can figure this out. We need to get off this ship before, well...
I
our time
look
runs
once
out.
again at the equipment that was used to break my armor loose. Project Voyager?
Correct.
I'm not gonna forget that name. I'm coming back for that armor.
So, I take it most of you are going to depart for the second hangar.
Yes.
Yes.
As you are traversing, from what you can recall, 447, the underbelly of this vessel contains a secondary kind of emergency hangar for a couple of lifeboats. You're pretty certain that nobody had ever launched away from, or rather that they wouldn't if you were en route to your designated location. By the time that you finish leading everybody down, you are caught off guard by the sudden resurgence of new technology. Several plates extend out from the secondary as you kind of enter through it, and you realize very quickly that this bay is not the same bay that you walked into. Currently, most of this Voyager level plating and ship technology is kind of interspersed with this secondary. And it appears that there is a ship docked, kind of sealed to this loading. The life pods are absent, but it appears that this is a secondary ship attached to the Majesty.
I'm assuming this is kind of like the Combine and how they
Those
use their
bastards.
tech, right?
This is very shiny science tech.
Well, meaning like how it's kind of grafted into this hangar.
Oh yeah, it is kind of like grafted into it as if it were docked to it for more than a spell.
This secondary hangar is an autonomous vessel that we should be able to undock from the Majesty and take away.
That's the best
All
one
right.
I've heard all day. Let's go.
My character is going to board the ship and get into the piloting seat.
We have to get there first.
So, you walk from the secondary hangar into this sort of cross section where this new ship is docked. You have to cross down several flights of stairs, several deployable railings and ramparts, and you are now firmly within the Voyager vessel docked to the Majesty. You get a sense that this vessel is very large, and you do not know where the piloting seat is.
You know, one thing that does bother me is there's all these people's equipment here, but
Oh, people.
where are they?
They burst in, stole my armor, didn't even bother to wake me up for the trouble.
Some dark humor right there. Love it. Well,
Dude,
Anyway.
where's my power armor?
yeah.
Oh, it's for
what'd he
both
say?
seas. So do all of you want to cross into the Voyager vessel?
So,
Yes.
It's probably a lot safer than the one we're currently in.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything worth looting on the ship, so...
Oh, future thing to know for
Yes.
the thing that I did with the specialization of, I believe that one was corporate agent. Whenever trying to recall knowledge about corporations and their executives specifically, my DC gets lowered by 5.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, so that was basically a 21.
Fair. You had a pretty large amount of information. They're a very well funded scientific institute that has government ties.
I'll have to see if I can remember specific names of department heads that would be fruitful contacts later.
Fair enough. You might have
If
to
I-
dig that up.
Yep.
So, as all of you cross into the much more well taken care of ship, you find painted across its docking mechanism is the. Technically, this would be the Triple S Selena, standing for Syndicate Service Vessel.
Interesting. Syndicate
As
Six.
all of you cross into this area, you are immediately greeted by sort of the grinding of the metal underneath your feet, and you're forced to get up onto the side concrete in order to avoid whatever is incoming. There are much more powered lights. This vessel appears to have some kind of power source that is still functioning.
We need to get it operational and see if we can't get out of here.
I don't think we need this anymore. I'm going to pat the generator on the gurney.
You just leave the generator behind as a tram enters the station, the doors opening.
I'm going to enter the tram, and I'm going to see if there's a computer I can use.
From what you can tell, there are rather simplistic tram controls that equate to forward and backward.
Yeah.
Do you go ahead and push it forward?
Is everyone on board?
Oh yeah.
I would hope so.
Pushing forward.
So, as you continue to rail along this tramway, in mid-passage, you hear crackling of a loudspeaker on board the tram. I am sorry the situation that you all must have gone through.
Is this voice familiar to me at all?
No.
Who are
Care to
you?
elaborate if
I
you can
have
hear
enough
us?
questions going through my head. I don't need any more.
Unfortunately, I could not stop the Majesty's gravity tethers from leeching onto your ship. It was out of my control.
Okay,
boy.
and who are you exactly?
Given a moment, we will have a chance to introduce each other.
All right.
Do
Is this
I get the
true?
sense this is some kind of intelligence or a real person or...
It has a real human inflection, but that's not entirely unknown beyond AI.
Okay,
And
in
as you
that case, I will reserve judgment.
continue to ponder, just a simple introduction while you are on your. I am Dr. Rita Ox. I am trapped within this vessel, within its depths.
So, you're with Voyager then.
That would be correct.
Where's my armor?
Since we will get to that. But first, I need something from you all.
Do you have any plans on waking me up?
Our initial processes were going to involve your excavation and reactivation. I'm surprised to see you up and awake. We've
Fractal's
assumed
done
that
for. Know anything
preemptively-
about that?
I'm going to take your hostility with a grain of salt. We had no intention of damaging any of your equipments. We merely intended to study, break apart this vessel. I must warn you all, you are in terrible danger.
What kind of danger?
This vessel, this drifting hulk, it will not be here permanently. It will slip back into echo space. And if that happens, before we manage to get out, then all of us will be doomed.
Well, then hurry up and give us your location so we can stop that.
Glad they woke me up when they did.
If you will give me a moment, I am directing your tram towards the science department. So with that, you hear the sudden shift of tracks as the tram continues to rumble along. Eventually, after disembarking and being led, kind of, not necessarily by ear, but through just the general architecture of this ship, you enter into a general research establishment. Kind of walking through just this trashed area, though there is some equipment that still looks relatively intact. Eventually, traveling through these bays, you find what appears to be a solid pane of glass and a locked door and control mechanism.
I'm going to go up to the control mechanism and begin tampering with it until I open up the glass.
Before you do that, I feel a more detailed introduction is in order. And you see, from the other side of the very dark glass, again, a sort of feminine figure in definite scientific form, stretching long coattails. You can't really make out the color of this individual just because the darkness and seemingly smog or fog inside. But you do get a sense that this is of average human size. Once again, I reiterate, I am the head of this science vessel, the Selena. I was trapped here by a co-conspirator within the one that sought to sabotage the vessel. I've been living here for the better part of half of a year.
Wait. Half a year?
Half a year.
Correct.
Oh, damn.
I'm
So,
going.
I am
So-
thankful that this quarantine bay has some emergency preserved rations and facilities to keep personal. It has been quite some time since I've heard human voices. I'm glad to see you all.
My character's going to turn his head through the window. And and not say anything, but his antenna twitches at the top of his head before going back to work to unlock the glass. Do I need to make any checks?
You can make a computer's check.
Most definitely.
With a natural 20, you skip an entire section that I had planned. So, you quickly determine that this is under some kind of administrator lockdown. Clearly, some kind of emergency override has occurred on this vessel, and specific scientific containment is to be left locked during this evident crash emergency. You quickly override these lockdowns, gain full access to the terminal itself, bringing up several archives of the experiment taking place here, before eventually unlocking the chamber door. You hear the hiss as the door opens and an immediate black fog rolls out. The person that was standing near the doorway vanishes, disappearing into smoke.
Don't think you should have done that, Yarok.
These rolling clouds kind of roll across the majority of you, kind of shrouding you in this strange aura, this haze. It feels humid but cool. And then
Can I make a knowledge check what this is?
You're not necessarily certain, but from the ship speakers you hear the voice of Rita again. I apologize for the deception, but we must make haste. I know of one last remaining life pod that is capable of taking us to the surface.
The surface? We're in orbit?
Correct. We're still in orbit around the Zavoth system. We're currently in orbit around Zavoth 3. And I have the means to get us down to the ground safely.
Okay.
My character's going to begin heading towards the...
being twisted, but fine.
So, as you all continue to walk out of this black roiling cloud, not really sure what the fuck just happened to Rita because she just kind of turned into smoke.
Look, bitch.
I have a lot of questions too, but we don't have time to ask them.
So, you are led throughout the rest of this vessel, now kind of being followed by this black cloud that is around you. Until
I'm
eventually
going to take
you
notes
make
on this black cloud and try
It is strange, it is thick, it is obscuring your vision, and it is kind of annoying. However,
there-
you get a definite sense that all of you have been breathing this stuff in for quite some time.
Great.
Eventually, through parted and open doors, I must express my gratitude in your sincerity and quickness in opening that quarantine bay. I was not expecting it to be that easy.
Sense motive. I don't know for what. Just hostility, something, anything.
So,
I do not like this fucking thing.
What are
I'm
you?
rolling the sense motive as well.
11. I can't tell shit.
16.
Does this thing have malicious intent?
If I knew what I was, I would tell you, but I do not. Rita was one of my few conversationalist partners that I had before she too expired.
Interesting.
So you take on the forms of others that you've met.
I don't have a physical form, but I can mimic them in structure, months and periods. It's not solid, but I can do it.
Interesting.
Well, regardless, you're sentient and you don't want to die, which puts you in the same boat as the rest of us, so in that respect, we're not very different.
That is correct.
Point
If
being that I don't think you are even something that we could get away from now if we wanted to. Looks like you're coming with us.
If I did not intend to escape this, I would have given you the information and led you on your way. This, however, is a means of securing my own survival as well as yours. The best for both of us.
Ideally, yes. Now let's get out of here.
So, though you have to kind of clear out some engineering equipment, you eventually bring up a ladder and clamber into this lifeboat, which appears to be rickety and unstable. This was one of the many that were salvaged from the Majesty. I'm afraid that the Selena's escape pods were destroyed. This strange hell we find ourselves in.
And hopefully we can avoid the assault and get out of here before it gets even worse.
At this point, you notice that the fog has shrunken in a particular manner, until eventually kind of coalescing to a strange black fog across the control mechanisms. I have the means of piloting this out of the Echo Rift that has currently been opened. You can try your hands at piloting, but I would suggest you let the superior mechanical being take.
Okay. My character's antennas are going to fold down almost in a sad
I will stand by to man a co-pilot seat if needed, but I'm not going to argue with this thing because I don't trust it.
I didn't train to be a pilot.
Sal is just gonna kind of take a seat in one of like the jump seats near the cockpit and just kind of sit down.
Fair. As you all begin to sit down, the coiling shadow stuff begins to manifest in the corner of this vessel until you see a pair of gleaming white eyes open, and it just seems to regard you with an undiscernible intent. You hear the shuttle, this lifeboat's engines begin to whir to life. There is the sound of rusted and kind of almost fragmented docking mechanisms beginning to release. And you hear the sound of a hangar bay being opened, followed by the sounds of alarms. Those are patched, sealed, until eventually you hear the engines come fully online. And this vessel, in the midst of this gravity-less environment, shunts itself out. The rest of you feel yourself become weightless as this vessel separates from its much larger vessel, this particular shuttle having of artificial gravity. You are left suspended or currently strapped down to whatever seating you occupy. Yarich, were you trying your hand at piloting?
My character was going to try my hand at piloting, but he's kind of saddened by the fact that this mechanical thing is taking over.
Fair. As you watch over, the shuttlecraft quickly rearranges itself in a manner that is not suitable to its occupants, firing maneuver thrusters that bring itself in line with some unseen coordinates, and then immediately burning at full thrust.
Whoa, slow down!
You hear the rocking and shuddering of this craft, which has clearly not seen action in some time. It apparently had been being repaired by the Selena. However, you are currently rocketing back into space.
So, at the sudden jolt, I am going to go to the control panel and assist and only making it gentler for us instead of just making.
Fair enough, you try to alter the control scheme to become a much smoother ride, and though the controls are fighting you and you get a sense that whatever is accompanying you now is getting a bit annoyed, you're trying to make it more suitable for the rest of us. And you hear just kind of gently around you, not from any discernible source. If you make this any harder for me, we might hit some wreckage on the way out.
I'm not trying to change your direction.
I'm just offering advice.
The point
At this point, you hear another maneuvering thruster fire almost abruptly as a hulking piece of spacecraft debris just passes right by the lifeboat. And as you all
I'm
clear
going to go sit down now.
this vessel, you can see outside of the viewports this large accumulated wreckage, in the same way that it came out of space, slips back in and disappearing in a flash.
We really
What
cut
you
that
are left
close.
with is the rocking of the ship. Cutting it close doesn't even begin to describe it.
You don't say.
What the hell happened?
Well,
to the
you can keep the
Majesty?
lifeboat, but I think it'd be smartest for us to go to Davoth and put this thing down.
Then we are in agreement. I'm taking us down to the surface.
And
By the way,
We're
it is
clear of this
pronounced Zavoth, not Davoth.
Davoth. Sorry, didn't look at the paper. But either way, let's get this thing down to the planet and stop driving the centuries-old life pod like we fucking stole it.
I mean, technically, we did steal it.
Borrowed it with no intention to return.
I mean,
No one really did
with
to
no
return it to.
ability to return, rather.
Same difference.
So, this ship spends the next few minutes in silence as it reorientates itself and begins entering the actual, landing sequence, slowing itself to dip into the atmosphere. Is there any particular country you're willing to visit? Province, perhaps?
Oh, yes, I actually have somewhere rather particular that I need to make my way to. Just 1 second here, and I open up my little thing. God damn it, I have it around here somewhere.
I'm just along for the ride.
I, in particular, need to go to Dravonia.
I am unfamiliar with this, but if you can point it out, I will direct the shuttle towards that.
I'm going to bring up what would almost be like an atlas of directions or guides to the planet and show it to the thing, being that I have information about the area already downloaded onto my
So,
PDA.
as you show off your comm unit that is, attached to your arm, this thing, almost collapses in on itself in its gaseous form and reforms behind your shoulder, and you get a sense that it is uncomfortably close. Oh,
Your people skills are
interesting.
abysmal, you know that, right?
Well, given that I haven't had a chance to talk to people for literal years, I suppose that's fair.
I'm just letting you know where you stand, which right now is behind me, very creepily over my shoulder. Anyway,
Well, I will do my best to settle us down here, but something that I did not inform any of you is that this shuttle only has so much fuel. Unfortunately, most of the Concordian war vessels are not as well fitted as our current standard equipment. Not to mention the damage that this thing has suffered, and we might be in for a rough landing.
well, it can't be any
Oh,
worse
boy.
than we've already had to go through today. Or maybe it
Darian is
and
going
then
to
we've
knock on
already-
anything wooden that is nearby him.
In this particular vessel, most of it is just cheap printed steel. So you knock on steel pretending it would. Kind of the expression at least goes through.
Also, to have a quick, I guess, side note, Levi, was that the photo you used for that decrepit lounge? Was that just something you found on accident, or was that
Which one?
the photo you used for the fucking lounge? Because
The crew quarters photo?
yeah, because look at this. That was the lounge for the revelry. Go back and look at the video at the photo you used.
You mean this photo?
Yeah. No, not that one. The decrepit one inside of the ship.
The science bay?
Yeah, look at what I posted. You guys,
Ha ha ha!
that was the Revelry's lounge.
Interesting. Okay.
We have the same photo from two different perspectives.
That's
Wait,
notable.
That
Huh?
freaked me the fuck out.
Whoa.
So, As we
And this is
continue to
from
settle.
that's from Alien, right?
I don't know.
No,
Anyway.
Like
the photo what I used was from the Mass Effect campaign that I ran, and that was a photo.
Oh.
That photo was a still for one of the sessions.
As you all are in for the ride, you begin to feel the shuddering It is uncomfortable as this lifeboat begins to skim Zeva 3's atmosphere. The shuddering quickly becomes a rocking sensation. And with the way that this gaseous thing forms itself, you get a sense that it is becoming sort of almost strand-like, fragmented, as if it were suffering some kind of stress. And as the minutes pass, delving deeper into the atmosphere, most of you can see through the viewports clear stretches of grasslands. Continuing even further, the rocking grows worse as all you can hear is just... This thing is clearly not going to make a nice landing. That much is very clear.
My character is just.
Time to strap down again.
My character has tried to strap
Sorry.
himself in multiple belts if possible.
So, as it grows closer and closer to being at a, lower atmospheric level, eventually it breaches what is considerably the thickest portion, and the wings immediately catch on it, and you hear a rip as metal is sundered. Looking outside, you see portions of the wings have collapsed, and this thing is basically hurtling down with no way to stop itself. At this point, an alarm kicks on, which immediately you can see an almost shadowy finger reach over and click it off. Just kind of going like, that's annoying. Before the ship coming to a rattling stop, kind of sizes in on a portion of forest and clearing and attempts to make a landing. As all of you are left kind of cradling inside, this thing comes down, just kind of sweeping very fast over this edge before kind of making contact with a bit of the ground and kind of skidding off for a bit, and then making more contact. And
Yikes.
with that, most of the party members are ripped out of their seating, thrown around. And that is where that segment will end.
I'm glad I took a jump seat.
You just crash landed.
So, as this fades to black, we're going to take a momentary break while I get my eggs in one basket. Going to use the restroom, maybe try and find something to eat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
kind of
do the same.
dinner too.
Mercy.
I might take a quick run to the store so I don't have to fucking cook anything.
Fair.
I'll use the restroom for a bit.
Yeah, I just still can't. I still can't believe that I've seen that photo for the second time now, except it's not the same photo. What is that from? Why did I need to find out what ship that's actually from. For both of us to use the same art in two different campaigns. That's just kind of hilarious. But boy, 447, you're kind of getting butt fucked.
Thanks.
Yeah, not just that, but you released this thing without my intention.
You?
What? Me?
I'm talking
Tyler.
about Yarich. There
Oh,
was going to be this. The recording's paused, right?
No.
No. Great. Can you pause the recording?
Sure.
Okay.
You are a roboto, so let's get that fixed before we.
So, a span of time passes. All of you having blacked out during the crash. The
Better.
first thing that any of you will recall. Let's go ahead and pick somebody out of our group. You know what? Let's pick Sal. Sal, you were the first out of your group to reawaken, and the first thing that you notice is the blinding, searing light above you. Kind of have to
Oh.
shield your eyes. Just kind of have to get up just a little bit, and you hear some shuffling around you before suddenly a blotch of darkness kind of almost hovering over you. Clearly somebody who is attending to you approaches. Well, you're awake. How about that?
Sal's just gonna kind of.
Whoa, easy there, easy. You've been out cold a couple of days now. Why don't you just relax a second? Get your bearings.
Anyone
I'm
got a
Timothy
number of that bus that
Thomas.
hit me?
Welcome to Gilead. Now, I hope you don't mind, I had to go rooting around there in your body to get all the bits of metal out. I take pride in my needlework, but you better tell me if I left anything out of place. How'd I do?
Dying.
So, as the light clears
You made
up
Hank
above
Hogan sound
the,
Canadian.
as you clear up the blinding light, as he kind of dims it down, you are face to face with a creature twice your size, the muzzle of a bear hovering right above you.
Ah,
So that was just a hallucination, or was that actually him?
no, that's
You're
pretty
looking
real.
at a bear, bro.
You see a bear in a very
Next
clear,
character.
like, human clothing. He is twice your size, and he's currently, like, just kind of helping you sit up just a bit.
Sal's just gonna go, anyone got a number on that bus that hit me?
Oh, boss, I thought you guys... Oh, no, I get it. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Well, you should be happy to know that the rest of you all that you crashed with, they made it out in one piece. So
Well,
I got 'em recovering in other rooms, but for now, you and me should get a little bit acquainted. What's your name?
My name's Sal Tagris. You can just call me Sal.
Oh, Sal it is then. What by chance happened to the majority of you? We saw a meteor flying over Gilead. Fucking came down and just almost damn near exploded. I'm sorry, I'm cursing a lot.
No, that was our lifeboat. We used it to get off of a derelict in orbit.
A derelict? You all were
Yeah.
stuck up on some cold drifting piece of metal?
Came out of Echo and then went back. No one aboard except for the one of the people we found, and he was in a lot or frozen, so
Frozen, you say?
some sort of stasis.
I've never heard of anything like that. Well, I suppose you've been in bed long enough now, so go ahead and have you get up.
Sal's just gonna take a second, make sure his balance is good, and then kind of inch himself up and try to get on his own 2 feet.
Let's go take a look at your friends. He helps you, guides you, really. You feel hurt all over.
Any of you seen my rifle?
Oh, I took most of your personal belongings and put them in a little stowaway chest at the entrance.
You have
Go
at
ahead and
least
switch over.
a cane or something I can
Oh,
balance with.
certainly, I've got a crutch you can use. Here you go. And he kind of props you up and makes sure that you're nice and comfortable before helping you back.
Appreciate it, Doc.
Now, these sounds of the other medical chamber begin to stir with the sounds of just people groaning and getting up from this long rest. And as soon as you all continue to get up, immediately... Whoa! The rest of you are getting up too. What a spooky coincidence. Hey, you guys have been out cold for a couple of days now. Why don't you all relax a second? Get your bearings.
So
When he says a couple of days, my eyes go slightly wide and I look at my PDA to confirm how long I've been out for.
You've been out for 3 days.
Holy hell, I haven't
So,
slept like that
Clearly
since...
wasn't having a bad
Ever?
enough day.
Ugh,
Oh,
mercy.
trust me, the amount of sleep you guys got, you definitely needed it. Some of you look like ground beef when you came in.
Well, I'm no fool. It looks
No.
like you're the one providing the hospitality and aid.
Oh, definitely. I'm the one running this small medical clinic.
Just out of curiosity, how did you find us?
Am I the only one
Oh.
seeing the talking bear?
Yeah, you just see this fucking large bear standing up on its hind legs in like human clothing, a little doctor's outfit.
Look, no, you're not
Sorry,
the
but
one
one
seeing
thing
it.
I want to note is one thing Yarich is doing is just tending to his wings with his long
Oh, yeah, they're all-
proboscis tongue.
They're all a little
I'm
crunchy.
sorry, but what What the bear?
Would you even know what a bear is, to be entirely honest?
Yeah. I don't think that they're
I don't think any of
native
us
to
might
my
actually be.
homeworld.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if any of us would
Yeah.
actually be recognizing that this is.
Well,
Anyway.
to give you a little bit of an explanation, my parents were a bit of a science project, and they went on to have me. So yes, I'm a bear. Get acquainted.
I'm willing to overlook any slight oddities for the help. I can't thank you enough, but crap. How much is his stay gonna cost us?
Oh, now that you mention it, I've used quite a lot of medical equipment keeping you all upright, so you've got quite a debt. Now, here's the bright side of the coin. Kiliad has sponsored your medical recovery. You all get around. Kiliad is the name of the town that we're currently in. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you didn't know that, but I suppose that should have been pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's not like I
Ow.
dropped out of the sky or anything. Ow, that hurts to laugh.
But you did. You did drop out of the sky.
I'm going to give you a glance of, yeah, no shit.
Oh, that was a joke.
Very
I'm
literal.
sorry,
aren't you?
I'm not really a joking type.
Well, you know what? I feel like considering you saved my life, you're in no position to be apologizing to me. But anyway, what did
Yeah,
you
you're
do?
all welcome for that. No,
Yeah.
no worries.
Yeah.
you.
So,
Consider your medical expenses comped by the town. But as soon as you get a chance, get around, maybe introduce yourself a bit, then go talk with the mayor.
the mayor. What? I don't want to grill you for information. It'd be rude for me to be so needy of my.
Well, go ahead and ask. That's why I'm here, to kind of resuscitate and bring you into the fold.
So it's at this
All
point
right,
I look towards the detective. The cloud. Did he see the cloud?
When you see the cloud, all of the color flushes out of my face. Was there anybody else with us in this wreckage?
Nope. Just, whenever we first found you, trust me, it was a pretty horrible sight, to be sure. There was metal everywhere, fires everywhere.
Was
I mean,
there
some of you looked like you should have been dead, so consider yourselves lucky.
was there, and I stress this enough, this is no joke, I'm not trying to pull your leg, was there a cloud of black mist that seemed to think for itself somewhere along the ruins? It probably would have tried to escape you. Huh. Well, I hope that's not going to be a problem later.
Well, anyways, black clouds aside.
That thing was my only hope of finding my armor.
Well, not quite. You got a name for a company. Besides, I think that thing was just assuming an identity to try and pull one over on us.
Possibly.
It had to have known something. For all we knew, it was related to Voyager.
Something, but to the best of our knowledge, that thing only exists to help itself, and it proved it rather quite well that it...
Gosh, you guys are creeping me out with this spooky ghost stuff.
Yeah, I mean, what do you expect?
Whenever you get around, maybe get yourself a drink, have some food, go talk to Stu. He's in the north of the town, in a small ram shack, the little mayor's office.
As soon as you say drink, I'm going to perk up and go, what do you have?
Oh, that's easy. You just hop on down to the Rogue Baron. It's not that far down the street. Mind the gap, though. This place is a little bit ramshackle.
You know what? This is a 5-star Kashmir hotel as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
This is much better than the little place we were staying in for the last month.
Just to warn you, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Zavoth 3, but it is a recover and war zone. So most of our communications equipment is down. That being said, Kiliad is more than welcome to welcome you all. From what I could tell, Stu really needed your help. So, there's that. Anyway, go venture down to the Rogue Baron. Go ahead and get yourselves acquainted. I'm sure you all need just a second to resuscitate.
Well, first I'm going to go use the latrine because I've been asleep for 3 days.
Sorry, I forgot to mention, we're going to have to take out some catheters, so...
I knew something felt weird.
I realize you're all very you know, hurting. So you might not
Okay.
have noticed, but quick
Fa-
medical procedure and we'll be
Fade
good.
to black as all of the various medical instruments get removed from our bodies and we
Yep.
get our things together. And before we leave, I'm going to offer to take. Oh my God, I'm so rude. What's your name, sir?
Oh, my name's Timothy. You can call
Timothy.
me Tim Tom.
Well, I definitely don't have the
Tom?
money well, you said the medical operations of
Like I
running another
said, it's
town,
con.
but I still owe you. So I'm gonna go down to the this establishment you talked about, and I'm buying you a drink.
Oh, I don't drink.
Well,
He
All
is a
right.
doctor. That makes sense.
What do you do?
Well, for
Like
starters,
honey?
I'm about to make a city run to go and buy some more medicine, so there's that. Otherwise, I've got a variety of interesting hobbies. You ever tried knitting?
No,
Well, you
no, I
should.
haven't. I'll
well,
take your advice on that, and I'm gonna
Very
pretend.
thorough and creative.
I would
You know
like to
what?
say, on behalf of
gonna-
all of us, thank you, Timothy, for saving us.
Oh, no worries, it's just what I'm here for. That's why they put me on this planet, both literally and spiritually.
All right.
Either way.
Well, apparently we've got a lot of
Seriously?
debts to go out and repay, so I'm gonna head out. And anybody who cares to come with me, I'm gonna
Oh,
stop by that tavern first.
real quick, be careful. There are a couple of things that you can't say around here. Don't talk good about the House of Baldur. That's not good. People will not like you for that, so just keep that under wraps.
Who's that?
Is that a knowledge and nobility check?
Certainly.
Or okay, so I can actually use that. That works out.
As he says this, I pull out my little, I pull my wrist computer up and I start taking down the information.
Let me see.
Anyway, oh yeah, shit, I need to make a roll for this too. Knowledge nobility, that would be a thing. Would this still be
That
another?
would be a culture check, but he's referring to his theme bonus.
Oh, okay.
All right. You've heard of the House Baldur before. In this recent conflict with Zavoth III, House Baldur was kind of pushed away from this planet. In terms of specifics, let me go ahead and quickly jump to their thingy thing. So, House Baldur is one of the houses that pays fealty to the Draconis line, that being House Draconis. Zavoth III was actually their homeworld until, the Syndicate took control. And from what you remember, their heraldry was a golden griffin centered upon a maroon banner. And most of the nobles are kind of famous for their headstrong, impetuous nature.
Would I know any? I guess that would be the local culture. I wouldn't know that. I would know the house. Okay. I'm just gonna relay that to the rest of the party.
That name doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay. And the second thing you said not to say?
Oh, right. Depending on who you're talking to, some people still carry favor to the house, so try not to mention the Syndicate in too good a standard either. A lot of bad stuff going around. Lots of people willing to fight for something that I feel personally isn't worth it for.
So just be neutral and don't say shit.
Probably a good idea.
Okay.
I'm just
Appreciate the
here to
heads up.
figure out what's going on with. Well, actually, that would be his job. I say, pointing to the reporter, but
The reporter.
And just on a another note, how far are we out from the capital?
Oh, goodness me, it's gonna be quite a drive. I'll probably be back in, maybe 5 or so days. So don't get hurt while I'm gone.
So you're heading to the capital as well?
Oh yeah, I got myself a bit of protection. Trust me, these lands are not worth drutting out for. I'd recommend you guys stay in Gilead for a while until you get your bearings.
Either way, I have to make my way there anyway, eventually.
Oh, fair enough.
But
Hey, maybe once you've paid your debts to the town, you can head on over.
Out of character question, what was the name of the company that we're trying to track down for
Voyager.
447's Voyager?
Project Voyager.
Well,
As we're walking, I'm gonna be doing this a lot. A lot of furious typing into my PDA and logging of information.
Boy, you're pretty fast at typing. I have to admit, with these old claws, I can't really do much of that myself.
Well, yeah, at least you've always got text-to-speech. That should close the gap.
Something important to notice is that Tim Tom hasn't been speaking through his mouth.
Probably
It has
through
been a mental impression.
He's
He is a limited
telepath.
telepath.
Oh, interesting. Well then, that's unfortunate.
Well, I've got your belongings here in this chest, so give me a moment to root out all of these. And he unlocks it and kind of reaches it open. Now, forgive me, some of these were charred. I couldn't rescue the lot of them, but this is what I got. And he starts handing back equipment until all of you are fairly thoroughly equipped, aside from 447.
I'm
Until
gonna
eventually-
check and see if Fractal's data chip made it through the crash okay.
Oh, the chip did. You're not certain what has become of the dust.
So I'm gonna put the chip back in my pocket and just press on.
Well, I'm not sure whose this is, and he pulls out from the bottom of the chest, almost as if an afterthought, a small black sphere, and he holds it up.
I'll
Yawi
take
just
it.
go and reach for it and begin
He
tampering with it.
happily hands it to you, and you start messing with it. It is pure black all over, no surface, no marking, no nothing.
When you start fucking with this thing, Michelina and go, don't open that. I think we might have found our missing buddy.
I was thinking the same thing.
Right, so don't mess with that. Until
Okay.
we're far away
What
from
do you
Don't
Sweet
what do you
dreams.
mean?
I say, patting it with one of my claws and putting it in a bag.
Are you saying
anyway.
that thing's dangerous? Honestly, I just thought it was a marble, a really big marble.
I think it's an AI of a sort.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
Well,
you just don't know when to shut
you
up.
you all be best on your way. Don't mention the AI to anyone either. That's a bad idea.
Okay.
If it's so dangerous, I need a weapon.
Oh, I am sure Stu has something for that. So whenever you're ready.
If you
First
want, and Darian is going to, off of his gauntlet, take a bit of time to detach a pistol and hand it over.
I'll take it.
It's something.
It'll do.
I'm sure Stu will get you set up. He's got a lot of stuff. He's got a lot of little things.
I'll get this back to you.
Well, anyway, you all stay protected. I'm gonna be out for a bit. I'm gonna head up to one of the larger towns, and I'll probably be back around 5 or so days. So take care. Don't die.
Oh, before you leave, one question.
Yeah.
The mayor, who do we need to talk to?
Stu.
Oh, I thought that was somebody else. Sorry.
No, Stu's the mayor.
All right, that is all
May
I asked
I
for.
do-
That settled everything?
That absolutely does.
Do you mind if I check your medical equipment real quick? I won't take
No,
anything apart.
you
I just
could-
want to.
You can
use it
check
for-
what's left of it, of course, but I mean, I use most of it on you guys, so. He takes you over towards a little handbag that he currently has sitting on a counter and opens it up and just goes, "This is my scalpel, these are my anesthetics, I got some scent spray around in here, though that's mostly empty." He kind of rattles it and you hear the...
What about things for X-rays and that type of stuff?
Oh, I've got an x-ray machine in the back. Why, you want to see it?
Yes, please.
Okay, but don't go touching it, because that's the only one I got, and spare parts are hard to come by here. So he leads you into the back until you see one of those signature beds with rotating ring devices around them.
Alright. Seeing as it's the only one you have, I want you to do something for me before you leave.
Okay.
I'm gonna put the spear onto the bed. Can we X-ray this?
Didn't you say that that was an AI?
I want to know what actually like, because when we met it was a cloud.
Okay.
You're
Go
asking a
ahead
lot
and
of the
make a
guy that just
persuasion check.
saved our lives. You know that.
We can figure it out later. Don't. And if it somehow damages the
Make
machine,
yourself a diplomacy check.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, I don't really want to damage the equipment.
Okay,
I
I'm
mean,
gonna put the
it-
thing back.
Yeah,
I don't want to be rude, but I don't know what it's gonna do. I'm kind of afraid of it now that you mentioned that it's an AI. Please don't go telling people about that, because they will take it from you and probably kill you. But
What's the stigma around AI here?
oh, here in House Boulder, at least before the Syndicate took everything over, as far as I was aware, their lords outlawed AI technology. And then on top of that, the Syndicate doesn't allow any free roaming AI. So if you mention it around Syndicate guys, you may get arrested.
My character is going to try to make a
I really
zipping
have
motion,
been out a
but
long time.
isn't sure where the zipping motion would go over.
All right. Well, I feel like we're already vastly overstaying our welcome, and
Oh no, you guys can feel free to stay here, although most of my beds are medical. Hell, I'll even give you a key if you want.
regardless, my common decency forbids me from staying in the house of somebody who's already done so much for me. I'm going to go ahead and take my leave now. Have a good day, sir. And to those of you who wish to follow me, let's
yeah.
go.
I will be following
Not like I have anywhere else left to go.
Encos.
And
Alright.
besides, the quicker we need to get this debt paid off, and with all of us together, we can get it paid off quicker. I'm assuming they know we're combatants, so they'll probably have something for us to do regarding that.
I only see
Well-
one among you who looks like a combatant to me.
See you all later.
I'm a bit of a.
Hi.
I'm not so much a soldier, though.
You dress like one.
It's the business.
What's your business?
Well, it was hunting bounties.
Now,
What changed?
A ship crash.
Well, you can still do that. You just have some other business to pick up on first.
Well, you're right. I do have somebody that I'm tracking, but hope they might get away from me at this rate. Or maybe they'll stay in place
Well,
anyways, but
looks like we all have friends to find.
Speaking of finding, what? Oh no, you've already said communication in this from this place is pretty much already fucked. So never
Oh,
mind.
yeah.
I'm not gonna ask that question.
I'm-
All right. Well, are we gonna find Mr. Stew in the establishment Tim Tom gave us, or is he gonna be in the city hall?
Yeah, if he's not in the Rogue Baron trying to get some people to gather up for maybe a salvage crew, he's probably up in the mayor's office up north.
Well, let's go check this Rogue Baron first, because at least there, if we miss him, we can get some good food and maybe something strong to drink. And then we
Sure.
can head on to the mayor's office and hit him up in his place of work.
Well, goodbye, you all. He pulls off a human coat off of a rack that has clearly been resized and stitched together, puts it on, and then grabs off his key ring off the side of the wall and just goes, "You're welcome in my home anytime I'm home."
Safe
Goodbye.
travels.
And he opens the door, and you can already feel kind of that almost. I would say that it's basically cold breeze, dry, arid air.
So, upon seeing the walking, talking bear wearing a lab coat leave the building.
Oh, not a lab coat. This is like a traveling coat.
Okay, well, human clothing leave the building. I'm just gonna look around at everyone. How long did you say I was out again?
Several hundred years. At least.
Damn, you can't at least blunt that blow a little bit? Yeah, friend, you were out for a very long time. We don't even recognize the markings on your ship. Whatever organization or country you are with, I no idea, man.
I need to
When
find
I say
a
a
way
couple
to get
hundred
into
years, we're
contact.
giving you. When I say a couple hundred years, I'm giving you a low end ballpark number. It could have been 4 digits for all I know.
I must have been out at least that long if bears can talk now.
I'm gonna be honest. This is the first bear that I've seen that can talk.
Yeah,
This
you'd be
makes me wonder
surprised.
if all the other bears I've killed can also talk. Which is,
I somehow doubt that, but whatever.
I need to find a way to get into contact with Concordia.
So, judging by the way that you were talking about your friend and your ignorance about the disdain most people have for AIs, I'm guessing that Fractal was probably one such contraption.
Fractal was my assigned tactical assistance AI for battlefield application.
Sounds pretty high speed. Must have been some real hot shit, huh?
She was.
Well, hopefully we can find some way to help you and Fractal.
Fractal
Also-
beyond help.
Look around
If the
inside my
matrix is shattered,
wings
that's it.
and try to find the spot where I stored those little crystals.
That pouch that you kept that in was unfortunately one of the tattered pieces. So unfortunately, most of the crystals fell out. Some of them are just crushed into almost like a glass-like sand. However, there are a couple of pieces left.
Well,
It's a damn good AI, though. The last thing it ever did was save your life. If it wasn't for those warning lights that it placed along the way to your chamber, we'd have never found you. Probably never would have escaped either.
probably.
She was
You're,
keeping me alive. No one else in that ship made it out.
And as soon as it saw an opportunity to save you, it took it. Damn shame. But it is what it is.
I would have done the same for her.
I'm
She's
good.
gone now, and there's nothing that can bring her back.
Just don't die in vain now or something stupid like that. That's all you can do. Now let's go.
I need to find a way to get into contact with Concordia.
Well, we're not going to find contact in this town. You heard
I'm
the bear.
going
Pretty much
ahead
all of the communications
out at this
outside of
point.
the city are completely fucked.
I need to
So?
contact Concordia, and I need to find this Project Voyager and get my damn armor back.
Well, let's go ahead and pay off our debts first. That'll secure us a way out of here. And then once we're out of here, we can actually we can properly establish communications, and you can get what you need, and the rest of us can get what we need.
Yep.
For now, this little alliance of convenience shall stand together just a bit longer. Oh, and by the way, I'm not a damn journalist. I'm with Triple I trying to investigate some bullshit going on in this town. I feel like I feel like I should be open with you guys, considering I nearly died with all of you.
What's
Investigative
Triple-
institution. I'm just a sleuth. It's nothing that interesting. Probably nothing warranting a cover, but it's my first job. Let me be a little extra if I want to.
Sal is just gonna kind of laugh and just say, "I'm somewhat in that field as well, but differing circumstances."
You can almost feel the smirk under Darian's helmet whenever he says, "Well, do they pay for heads?"
Of course not. I pay for information, or I get paid for information would be a better stance.
Ah, well,
But you
that's
know
a
what?
shame.
Sometimes the information people want is when and where somebody can be
all
taken down.
said you crashed into the Majesty, and that's how you found me. So you were all on the same ship.
Yes,
Where were you going?
fellow.
here. I point
Well-
to the ground.
To this planet, yes, that is not incorrect, but I feel like you're missing a few details there. Personally,
This-
I was on my way to the capital. Well, actually, was it the capital city?
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
capital of this particular province.
Well, I know the province was
Derivath.
Drovania.
Yeah, Drovania.
I know what I'm going to do
I've got
to
a
get
couple
our
of
debt
them.
that's paid off. My character begins wandering off.
Maybe we should talk to the guy first.
Where the hell
You
is
know what?
that
Fine.
thing
Go
going?
to you.
Where are you going, Tyler?
I'm going to the one bar.
Ah,
That's
yes.
where we've been going. Just
Well,
fucking stay with us, goddammit.
I'm here on business, of course. There's some
So you aren't
person here.
you aren't all part of the same group, or you weren't before we crashed?
All strangers brought together by a great calamity. Cheers.
How does fixing the calm sound to you?
Sounds like a very large scale project and one that we might not have to do. Listen, how about we just talk
There's
to Mr.
something the
Stu?
mayor wants us to do, and I'm sure there's not going to be many other options.
Well, I'm sure whatever he's going to want is being commensurate for saving our lives, so it's only fair that we're going to risk them again. But whatever. We're in the middle of nowhere.
And
No
we don't want
contact,
to piss
no
off
way
the
out.
people.
This
And
is
we owe a lot
the
of money.
middle of nowhere, by the way.
So, in addition to paying off our debts, we're probably going to have to go above and beyond to try and secure some way to get the fuck out of here.
Well, it's all too familiar, I'd say, but let's get going.
Agreed. And then from this point, fade to black as we walk along the town to get to the
Thank you, narrator. Here we go. You will enter the Rogue Baron, a pretty simple, small establishment. And as soon as you walk through those doors, which, by the way, swing open, they don't slide open, you get a sense that there is definitely, like, technological variety here, especially in such a strange place. You step forward, and immediately, everybody except for the television, like, goes quiet. Everybody is just looking at you.
I'm going to
My character's just going to wave and go.
Some of them grumble and continue back on their drinks. The bartender
going
continues
to-
filling glasses.
stride past all of the stairs and the commoners and locals that probably wondering who we are and why we're here, and go to the bartender and ask her if she knows anybody named Stu, and if so, is he here today?
Stu, that fucking bastard. He's probably up near his office. Are you just here for information? What's up with all of you? You're fucking weird.
I would like some
We're
sugar water if you have some. And I mean sugar water.
She sets down the glasses she was currently filling, and her gaze just goes down.
we're just lost travelers, but we owe Stu a favor.
So after seeing this
really
exchange and hearing the Skittermander, I'm just gonna look down at it. Are you old enough to drink?
I asked for sugar water.
It's not slang
As
for
in
anything. He's
water
talking
with-
about literal sugar water.
Just
What
give
the
him like some
fuck?
sugar cubes.
And then I'm gonna-
have some sugar in the back, and I can fill it from the tap.
That would be wonderful.
Alright, well, water's pretty bad around here. I can probably get you it for maybe
What do you
50
mean?
or so credits.
What do you mean bad? Contaminated?
Yeah, our purifier went down not long ago.
Huh.
As soon as he says, I'm gonna look at the Skittermander and go, feeling handy?
I hold up my claw. Yes. Where's the purifier?
Well, I'd probably talk with somebody else before you go tampering with it. If you break it even more, they gotta know who to blame.
Fair enough. Who would I
Probably
be talking
what-
to then?
It's probably what this stew is gonna have us do.
Possibly.
Well,
If nothing else, that's a little something we do on the
Let's
side
find-
to
Let's find this settlement's
I mean, if you
commanding officer.
really wanted to fuck with it, you could probably go and talk to that dumbass mechanic across the street, or you can go bother Stu.
I'll go talk to the mechanic. I'll be right back.
Alright.
As you leave, I'm just going to order whatever today's special is as well as a drink.
You came to the right place. So, you continue to drink here for a little bit, and it'll run you maybe 5 or so credits. Pretty cheap around here.
Very nice.
I assume the moth doesn't want its sugar or water, because it left.
His attention span's rather short. I'll get it to him later.
Sugar for
Oh,
brains,
fair
that's for
enough.
sure.
So what the hell are you all doing here? I heard that you were part of the people that got pulled from that wreckage up north.
Not here
Crash
by
landed,
choice.
Well, we're all here for different reasons. We just happen to be on the same ship.
Interesting. Well, you all look pretty grizzled. You ever try talking to Mouse?
We're pretty new
Mouse.
around here. Haven't really talked to nobody except for you and that interesting doctor you got up on the hill.
Oh yeah, Tim Tom. He's been here for a little bit. It's pretty useful to have a clinic in this shithole.
I bet.
Well, anyway, Mouse is just over there, and she kind of points, and you can see a pretty dingy-looking man just kind of sitting in the corner, current coat pulled aside, and he's kind of looking over now that his name has been brought up. I'm sure he can get something settled out for you if you're interested in some unscrupulous work.
Well, anything to get us out of here at some point. Speaking of which, what's transportation look like out of here? If somebody wants to go for a ride,
Anything that mechanic can coop up in his garage. That and whatever the hell Tim Tom's driving nowadays. We're not big on vehicles here. Not anymore.
Why might that be? Expensive? Easy targets?
Both.
What about egress
Sounds like
off-world?
hell. I love it.
I mean, I don't know what the hell Stu's dragging you up there for, but if I had to take a wild guess, he's probably gonna have you take on the Ash Veil.
The what?
They're a bandit group that's been running around here, fucking some shit up. It's not been good.
What about off-world egress?
What, you mean a ship off-world?
I'm
Yes.
not gonna find that here.
Good fucking luck. Probably have to hit up the capital for that.
Either way, we probably need to go talk to Stu and get our debt lined out and see what we need to do to
Yeah,
clear
well, let me
that.
finish my damn food first, and the moth boy wants to go talk to the mechanic across the
You
street.
probably shouldn't leave that thing behind. I get the sense it'll get itself killed if it doesn't have someone babysitting it.
Gee, what might give you that impression? That was sarcasm.
I know.
Okay, just making sure. You look like the type of guy that's got a bit of a dilapidated sense of humor.
Upon hearing you say I look like the type of guy, I just kind of cock my completely masked face towards you.
Oh, I didn't know you were still wearing a mask.
Yeah, he's still masked.
You know what? That doesn't change my statement. You're a big, weird soldier that has a number for a name. That still fits.
So seeing that, he hasn't taken off his mask yet, Darian is just going to chuckle.
You did it before I did.
No, you did it first, Levi. It's on the recording.
Yeah, you've already done it once.
Yeah.
Did I?
Yep.
I thought I
Yes.
stopped myself
No,
from doing
you
it.
stopped
You
yourself
did.
once.
You
then
did,
you
and then
it
like
again
20
later.
minutes later.
Son of a
You did
bitch.
it.
I didn't hear it the second time.
Well, it's on the recording. You'll hear it.
Damn.
Were you gonna do something, Malachi?
Well, he's just kind of look at 477 or 447?
447.
447, and just kind of like chuckle a little bit to himself about, unspoken things so far.
Fucking dogs.
John.
We're in a shitty little shanty town. It's probably accurate for the setting. Probably got to be a few mutts running around here somewhere. Well, anyways, I will go ahead and say that I've probably finished my drinks and my food, and will begrudgingly stand up, most likely aching like hell from all the injuries, and wait for everybody else to finish their business so we can go to the town hall and talk to Mr. Stu.
Should we find?
The Skipper
Fair
Master?
enough. It is not a town hall, it's a small office. But that being said, you all get up after finishing your drink and make your way out. Mouse is just kind of eyeing all of you. And as you are just about to leave, you hear through a filtered voice, "Hey." And you turn around and you see a gentleman in actual, genuine, heavy armor, currently with his helmet off and sit down at the side, rifle leaned against the table. "Don't make any trouble here."
Appreciate the advice, friend.
Gives you a curt nod. You all continue on your way. Something that you notice about him is that A circle plate on his chest is shaped into that of a lion's face. And as you pass by him, you see his buddy, who seems to have that very same emblem printed on the back of his cape.
Can I make a roll to see if this seems familiar at all?
I would say that with your particular expertise, certainly.
Alright, what do you want me to roll?
Culture.
Culture? Fair enough. I'm gonna have to get used to that being the go-to roll for a lot of things. 21.
21. You get a sense that these might be some kind of remnant, or rather, some kind of royalty guard. Probably not anything related to the Syndicate, and probably not actual soldiers at this point with their houses collapse. However, the fact that they are here is interesting.
They seem to have much higher grade weapons and armor than would warrant an establishment like this.
That would be correct. However,
I have many questions. I will hold them, for I'm not trying to step on toes right now.
you head out into Keliad.
So before that happened, I was trying to ask if we should find. I don't have the word for it, but the small
Outreach?
thing.
Oh, yeah, he said he
Off.
went across the street. Let's go poke our head in there and find him.
So you all cross your way into the store next door. Really, kind of a junkyard, to be honest. However, there's a small building, and as you enter, you can already hear, "Get the hell out, you fucking rat!" You see, on top of his counter, currently right now, fucking is a like almost stringy pitch white man with a like pipe wrench firmly placed between his two hands. Mama told me about rats like you. Get the fuck out.
My character's just dodging and weaving. I was just trying to talk.
Throwing wrenches at him.
I'm going to run out. Kind of like I'm not getting anywhere with this man.
As you continue to like scurry out, you hear the sounds of clanging behind you, and you turn and look to see that he has thrown that full-sized pipe wrench at you. How he is missed. You will hear the ting 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 as it rolls and skitters to the concrete. The rest of you walk in just after that.
Well, that was fucking rude. Are you alright, Yorick?
Holy shit, I had no idea rats could get that big.
That wasn't a rat, guy. That's one of our
That was a.
traveling companions.
Traveling what now? Are you fucking crazy?
He's a friend, and he's not a rat. He's a person just like you and me. He just looks hella weird.
Okay, first off, who the hell are all of you?
Travelers.
Okay, we don't get many travelers up in Kiliad, so I want to know each of your names and why you're here. Starting with you, and he points towards the fucking 6'5" man in a black bodysuit.
I think. Let me check my official height. It is noted. 6'5". Yes, that's correct.
Come on, speak up. I'm not fucking around here. I've got a shotgun behind the back.
I'm sorry. I just didn't fucking I didn't expect to like encounter a redneck hillbilly hick on a fucking. So
This rock.
I just kind of look around. Why are we talking to this man again?
Well, we're going to talk to him to find Yard.
Enough talking. Where the fuck are you?
447.
Oh, I do not like that name, Mr. Robot Man. You best turn around.
You know, fuck you. We're not even trying to talk to you. We're trying to
I'm
find our
not
friend.
a
Good
robot.
day.
Okay, get the hell out.
Yeah, working on it. And I'm gonna turn around and leave.
See ya. Don't come back. Fucking robots. And he hops back down behind his desk
So,
and kind of props
Upon
his
hearing
feet
he
up.
said robots, plural, I look around. Is there anyone else here who could be mistaken for a fucking robot?
No.
Listen, he's probably had too much of that contaminated water and fried his brain. Let's just not worry about him. Where did Yark
I
run
was
off to?
going to ask
My
about that.
Yarich is actually hiding behind.
I don't know
447 at this point.
Amazing.
Oh, you're hiding behind me.
It's all right,
at this
buddy. Don't
point,
mind him.
I
He's an
kind of
asshole.
step aside and shuffle you out from behind me because I'm not your biggest fan.
Okay, I'm going to hide behind Arcos
Enkos.
and Ghost.
Yeah, that guy was a bit of a prick. Come on, let's go. Maybe we'll talk to him later
Speaking
when he's
of
calmed down a little bit.
contaminated
If we
water,
have
we're
to.
going to have to find out what we're doing for rations. If their purifier's broken and the water really is as tainted as they say, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm not sure I'm in any condition to contract illness.
Well, how about this? Like they said, or like the bartender said, Stu probably wants to talk to us about these raiders, but we can bring up the issue of the water purifier. And I've seen Yarick work; he's good with his hands. This Stu guy sounds like he's the big kahuna around here. So we get his blessing to get that thing fixed, and then maybe we can fix our water rations problem.
In the meantime, I wouldn't expect any of you to know, but do they import anything to drink? Bottled? Sealed? Something
this
that doesn't
place
come from
doesn't-
here?
This place doesn't
I
get
hold
that.
up
It needs
all
to fly
four
anyway.
arms in a questioning manner.
Then you shrug with 2 sets of arms.
Well,
Double
I'm just
shrug.
as out of my element as you are.
if it worse comes to worse, I can try my hand at scouring the land. You never know what you might find.
Well,
So, something to note, probably something to do with that terraforming equipment. This place looks like it was lush once. Maybe a rolling plains with a forest just kind of out of the edge of your sight. To the north, it looks to be almost dry, dead. And off in the distance is a, almost smoking relic, some kind of long since plundered and kind of stripped ancient place.
Does that match the description that I've been given for the equipment that I'm looking for at all? For one of these old derelict terraformers? Or is this just
That does not look like a terraformer. It looks more like a bastion or a fortress of some kind that has been destroyed,
some old
long since ruined.
You know, if I had nothing better to do and a lot of time and a lot of resources, scout probably some good salvage out here, but that's not what I'm here for.
someone mentioned something about a salvage operation. Given the state of the settlement, I'm willing to believe that's something they have to contend with often.
I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to have to get some salvage to fix that damn purifier when it comes down to it, but we're getting far too ahead of ourselves. We still have a guy to talk to get some jobs and to maybe get some more if we need the money.
So at this point, you all are standing in front of the office that you were told about. It is not a very good-looking place. It is still as kind of worn down as the rest of it. Once again, I reiterate, there is definite technological variation around here. Some places could have pretty modern tech, other places can have pretty rudimentary tech. In this case, a actual wooden door greets you.
Oh, Lord. I'm going to look at
Reminds me of my
Sal.
old-
No, not Sal. Who was the one who wanted to knock on wood in the ship?
Darian,
Me,
Darian?
Darian.
Well, it's a bit late, but here you go.
Wait, hold on. What? I think I just missed why.
Because it's a wooden door. You
Knock
needed some of
on
this a
wood.
while ago.
Oh, right. Well, it's a little late for that.
Little chuckle to myself as I then knock on the door and wait for a response.
It kind of sounds like 2 people come to a stop in mid-conversation before the door opens, and standing behind it is a tall, grizzled-looking individual with bags underneath his eyes. Very short, brown hair. Definitely looks like he is a kind of a salvager like the rest of these people. Very thrown-together outfit. I assume you all are from the clinic.
Yes, sir.
You'd be correct.
Please
It's
don't
late.
call me sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be us, and I heard you wanted to talk to us on account of settling some debts.
Yeah, come on inside. Got some stuff to talk to you about.
Okay, just gonna hold the door open for the rest of the party as we find somewhere to sit/stand.
So, as you all walk in, you see Stu turn around towards his desk where you can see a almost maybe 1.5 foot being that is currently standing. Very pitch white kind of coat with a black grayish exterior, maybe lining its back and a couple of blue lines to accentuate it.
I'm actually taller than this creature.
Wow, that's
And-
rare.
And as for our conversation, Tori, we'll keep talking about it. Just go back to Zessie. I'll swing by in a little bit. Kind of grimaces this little covey before putting her goggles down to her face and flying out of the room.
My character waves it as it leaves.
Alright,
So-
I don't have many seatings, but you all can make do, I assume. And he takes a moment and sits down in a creaking wooden chair.
I will just stand behind one of the chairs and kind of lean against it.
My character's going to sit at the spot the coffee was.
Alright, so, I'm gonna be frank with you all. We didn't rescue you for no reason. I'm sure you've already discovered that. I've got some things I want you to do before you head on out of here on whatever business. You help me, I help you. Alright?
As soon as he says this, then I open up my little PDA on my wrist again and get ready to write down what he needs.
Okay. Barking dogs aside, fucking Zessie.
Alright,
So-
we're all yours.
I don't know how familiar you are with Gilead and the surrounding regions, but we're kind of in some tough shit. Got multiple problems, but I want you to help me solve them one at a time.
Alright, we'll do what
So
we
our
can.
first and most imminent situation is water. Some bandits came by about a week ago, and I hate to say it, that thing is in worse shape than it was before, and you'd be surprised how fucking awful that thing was.
Yeah, we
Well,
heard.
My character is going to raise arms. I was actually going to ask if I could take care of that, because I heard about that.
Oh, I already had Zessie look over that. He can't fix it without some parts.
Well,
do you have a good idea as to what you might be missing for it, or are we gonna have to...
I
You know what?
might, but it depends on how willing you are to do illegal shit.
Wait, is Zessie that short little mechanic that threw a fit at
Oh, did he fucking scream at you again?
yes.
He called the small one there a rat and assumed the rest of us were robots.
He's too busy filling his head with conspiracy theories. So, I'll talk with him while you all are away. You're gonna need his help sooner or later. So,
Fair enough. I mean, he's done the most work on it. We're probably gonna have to get with him about parts and materials we're gonna need
Just
to collect to get
as
this thing
long
fixed.
as we won't get any pipe wrenches thrown at us while we're working.
His name was Zessie, you said?
that's his last name. His first name is Mullen.
Mullen. Huh, what a fitting name for this guy.
Everybody calls him Zessie. Because,
Alright.
I mean, that's his last name and that's more catchy.
Alright. So we got the water situation. I heard from a bird you got a little bit of a problem with bandits too.
We'll talk about them later. Right now, I don't think that any of you are fit for combat.
Well,
That's an understatement.
as much as I'd love to be full of shit, piss, and bravado, I'd say you're probably right.
Trust me, these bandits don't fuck around. They will kill you. They will do it mercilessly. We'll talk about them later. I got myself a plan.
Alright.
Well, anyway, this water purifier. Yeah, no. Go talk to Mullen.
Alright, you want us to focus on that first then. Alright.
I'd
fair
rather
enough.
we do this one at a time.
Fix the home front before you start to expand. Good choice.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, we'll go talk to Zessie and hopefully avoid any pipe wrenches that maybe get thrown at us and have a
Tell you
resident-
what, I'll come with you and just kind of introduce you.
I was I was about to suggest that.
Yarick, make yourself. You're gonna need to be here for it because, from what I've seen, you're probably the best mechanic out of all of us. But just don't piss this guy off, all right?
I just went in there and asked,
Wow.
hello, I would like... Then he started screaming.
Given the way
Yeah.
I've seen that man behave, I get the sense avoiding angering him is easier said than done.
Trust me,
Regardless,
that dude is batshit fucking insane. But I gotta put up with him because he's the only damn near technical person in this town. So,
Well,
let's
he's
go have a
not
chat
anymore.
with him.
all right, let's go.
As you say.
So, you all head back down to the mechanic shop, and the first thing that you all see is Stu walking up to, and oh, the damn dude's locked himself in again. And he goes up to the front door and starts pounding and goes, Zessie! Zessie, I know you're fucking in there. Come on out. You hear, I ain't home. Oh, son of a bitch. Alright, well, I know this seems pretty fucking stupid, but he ain't gonna come out, so I think we gotta drag him out. Now, I don't feel like climbing through the window again because the last time I fell and that shit hurt. But I get a sense that some of you are more technically inclined than I. Hell, some of you look pretty fucking bulky. I reckon you could bust that door down.
I'm going to go over to the door
Are you
and begin
okay with-
dismantling it.
I thought I said don't piss this guy off.
Well, if he can dismantle it, he can put it back together.
So, an engineering check.
All right.
Don't piss this
I
man
swear,
off.
you
Well,
threw
he
a mop-
started it.
He did.
I swear,
Now we have
if you
to
threw
get
a
it
lamp
done.
in front of this guy, he'd just like tear it apart and shock himself to death.
Oh yeah. Obsessive.
Lamp.
Oh,
A 14.
not my
You
best
start,
roll.
you start dismantling this thing, and you kind of quickly come to your senses that this is going to take just a little bit more time than you thought it would. However, you start unlatching some of these bolts, and then eventually, after fucking around with it enough, which it takes the better part of 10 minutes to start pulling this thing apart, you reckon that you have weakened it to the point where it could easily be, like, busted down. Now, Zersey, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Either you can come to the door, or my friends can come in after you.
As you're saying this, I'm gonna look to 447 and Darian and play eeny miny mo. 447. You look like you want to kick down the door right now.
I don't know if I have my combat arms back.
Well,
Couple
this
of
is- consider
seconds
this-
pass.
A test of your abilities.
The window just above you opens, and outside that same scruffy redneck, like, shoves his face out and just goes, "Oh, you brought the fucking robots with you, didn't you? Well, tell you what, I am not interested in working with these people. I have a right to decline my services," and Jesse just kind of continues on this spiel.
So
whereas Stu looks at the rest of you.
upon hearing this guy ramble, I'm gonna look down at Stu and say, "Stu, permission to kick his door down."
Yeah.
All right, with that, Darian is gonna walk with
When he says
447
that,
and go to kick it down with him.
Yep. me and Darian are gonna
Say
kick this guy's
just-
door down.
hold on, before you guys do this, I have a little video recorder on me. I'm gonna fucking take a video of this just because it's that fucking
Oh,
funny.
I'm okay.
This goes without saying, don't kill him.
Understood.
Oh, obviously.
Don't fuck him up too much either. We do want to keep
We'll
pretty
do
friendly.
our
Oh, he's
best to
fucking up
just
too
subdue
much?
him and drag him out.
Thank
Wait,
you.
don't fuck him up too much. So we do have your permission to fuck him up a little bit.
Don't
I'm
don't
kidding.
hurt him.
I'm playing.
Don't worry, I know how to do my job.
Okay.
So
that-
I assume we're going
Darian
to
is gonna pull
roll
out
a
handcuffs
melee
and like
attack?
just start going towards the door.
So yeah, both you and Centurion both head towards this door. What do you wish to do?
Well, seeing as I have nothing other than my bare hands and my feet, and being trained in some extent to close quarters
Athletics
combat,
checks for the both of you.
I'm going to rear my fist back and we're going to try to get this fucking door broken down. Athletics or a melee attack? Could I use
Athletic,
my... Okay, I can't use my hammer fist?
because you don't have armor yet.
Ah, that makes sense. Wow, my athletics kind of... Wait a minute, hold on. +2, I should have a 3 total. Yeah, I do. That's weird.
Do you have your armor factored?
I don't know why I only have a +2, but it's... That's weird. Okay. I have
Well-
1 rank in it with a +2 mod, so that should be 3.
Oh, I understand why. Your golem forge plating was currently equipped.
Oh, which I technically don't have right
So
now.
go ahead and reroll.
Yeah.
Alright. That should be a +5, but whatever.
Should be a
Uh,
+5? Oh,
So-
you're right. Okay, so
16.
okay, that's a 16 then.
you can roll it from your character menu.
Okay. Wow, a worse
So-
roll than I had before.
Let's just take 16.
We should have just said the 16.
So the both of you rush over and just kind of simultaneously bust his door down. This thing hits the ground and goes, and immediately reactionary as this, he just goes, "Ah, hell," and he ducks his head back in. So
is
you
this
are
man
pers-
old?
Yeah, he's pretty old. You rush inwards to his little office, and you realize that there is a stairway just behind his desk. that leads up to that second story that he is like looking out from.
Did he leave his shotgun behind it? He said he left his shotgun
That's
behind the
what I'm
desk.
worried
Is it
You can
still there?
check.
Yeah, I'm gonna check behind there, and if it's loaded, just unload it.
Yeah, you both walk over, and the first thing that you spot is the shotgun still concealed behind the desk. The second thing you spot is Zessie himself creeping down the stairs, checking if you're down there to try and retrieve the shotgun.
So,
All right.
just going to like show it to him, cock out all the shells in front of him, and say, "No, we're doing this our way."
Ah, shit. And he scurries back upstairs.
I guess I'll follow after him upstairs. I mean, shit.
Yep.
While this is all going on, my
While we-
trigger's going to start snooping through the junkyard.
Just
picking
while
out
we're
throw
going
the
up there, I'm
shotgun
just-
out the front door and start walking.
I expect I'm going to know the answer to this. While we're going up there, I'm just going to ask Darian, do you think he can be reasoned with?
I'm gonna try something. Is the guy within 30 feet within this house?
Who, this guy? Zessie?
Nessie. Yeah, Zessie.
Yeah, you want to try and use your telepathy to talk to him?
I'm gonna try to
Yeah,
bluff
tell
it, make
the
it seem like
paranoid schizophrenic fucking conspiracy theorist something with telepathy. Sure.
No, this
Voices
is the
in his
thing.
head.
I'm
To
going to
answer-
try.
To answer
Same.
447's question,
Listen,
he's just
I've
going
got
to say it wouldn't be fun if he did.
I
I
will
have
say
to-
though,
like,
you will
diplomacy.
have to have direct eye contact. Like you will have to have a line of sight to him to talk with him.
Ah, okay. I thought. Oh well. Either way, never mind. I was gonna
Like you'll have
like.
to be able to see him.
Listen, if we could just talk to him, I've got decently high. Actually, I have the highest fucking diplomacy rolls probably in the party. Let's just try to get to a situation where we can reason with him one last time before we start breaking his kneecaps or whatever.
We
So you
gave
go up
our
the
word
stairs.
to Stu that we wouldn't hurt him. At least not
Yeah.
when we have to.
Let's just go. I don't. If he had to come downstairs to look for the shotgun, he's probably not armed. So the worst thing he can do is throw a fucking lamp at us or something. So let's just go up there and try to appeal to him one last time before we have to start getting actually a little aggressive.
Fair. Yarreach, you're poking around the scrap, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for parts that actually would be able to function for a filter.
Fair. You start poking around and just kind of booping from one stack of junk from the other. Eventually, you decide that, hey, that looks pretty neat. You see like a pretty nifty looking. You wouldn't quite call it a relic, but it looks like a pretty nifty keepsake. A nicely shaped piece of scrap, or maybe some kind of strange technology. As you go to reach it, you find a shining glint, a silver of metal of a knife poking up out at you. And emerging from the scrap pile is that same goggled Kavi from before.
Hi!
Sticking your nose in stuff you don't belong in, huh?
I'm looking for stuff to fix the filter.
This is my scrap, fair and square.
Okay. You
wanna buy it?
His scrap? I
we're
point to the window.
We're partners.
Oh, okay. So, would you be able to help me fix the water filter?
Well, we already looked at the water filter and it's pretty busted up.
Not busted.
Pretty busted.
Okay.
Riveting conversation.
Honest to God, this is adorable. I kind of love it.
Yep. That's
Kind
all
of
right.
like flicks the wings out just a little bit to get some dust and scrap pieces off of her. So, what's your name?
My name's Yarreach. I'm going to hold out all four hands to shake.
Kind of looks at her own two hands and looks back at yours. I'm not sure which one to shake.
I'm going to just hold out two and cross them.
You both cross your hands and shake between them before you start hearing the sounds of like the thundering against wood as the second story door, which leads to presumably Zessie's like home, his like bunk and everything, is currently being bombarded by two angry dudes. Just going, "Are you fucking devious robot strength motherfuckers?"
I'm not a
He
robot.
is manually holding the door closed with his weight. It is not
Robot or
locked.
not, we're gonna
All right,
kick your
so-
ass if you don't open the door.
Why does
All right,
everyone
so
think I'm
As
a robot?
this is happening, we can hear him through the door now, right upstairs.
Yes.
All right, but I'm gonna tell you guys to step off for a second. Okay, look, Zizzy, look. All right, I assume you don't want to die of dehydration or dysentery, or anyone else in this town wants to have the same fate, right?
So with that, I will go ahead and allow Dog his intimidation check, and go ahead and give me a diplomacy check as we're playing good cop, bad cop.
20.
So as you are playing the good cop and just being like, you don't want to fucking die here, you just kind of hear like, all right, just get your fucking robo-hounds off me.
All right, now listen. We talked to Stu. All we want to do is fix the water purifier. I know you've tried. I know it hasn't worked out great, but we got some. We have some extra perspective out here. We have people that a person that kind of knows what they're doing. Help us. Help you.
The door cracks open. Outside, you can kind of not see. I mean, through the crack, you see the yellowed eye of this said mechanic. You all for real? You ain't lying to me to draw me out and kidnap me.
At this point,
Honest to God.
Darian is going to take off one of his gloves. By the way, I'm not a robot.
Well, they make robots that look like people.
Ah, god damn it.
That's true.
What they make
But
a robot looks like a
regardless-
bird.
We're not robots, and we owe Stu.
Robot
Stu
bird?
want-
Yeah, me. Do I look like I'm a machine?
I don't
Who's
know.
thinking about me?
They make pretty good machines. Anyway, you said you're trying to help out Stu?
We owe Stu a huge favor, and Stu wants the water purifier fixed, and you know the most about the purifier. All you got to do is just help us fix it. More importantly, the rat you ran out earlier is actually a pretty good engineer, and you and him should get together about trying to figure out what parts we need to fix this thing.
Well, I already know what parts we need.
Well, hey, perfect. Tell me what you need, and I guess we're gonna have to go find it.
All right, fair enough. But first part of my deal, my twofold, two-part deal. First, I want my shotgun.
And then Darian is gonna walk down the stairs, go get the shotgun. Hooray. Walk outside, pick it up, go back, and just hold it out, alright? Are you gonna come out and get it, or are you gonna shadily have me pass it through the door?
I would prefer the passing.
I hope you know, if I get shot by this, I'm breaking your hands.
He holds his arm out from the door crack.
And he just slowly puts it in his hand, unloaded. All right, there's your shotgun.
He clicks the fucking mechanism that allows it to breach, and
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I ain't going anywhere without a loaded shotgun.
All right, so fine, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna hand you the shells. Don't open that shotgun while we're right here.
And
We're not armed. Wait, are we armed?
You are armed.
I'm
Fuck.
not. I have a
all right,
pistol.
I'm gonna-
I have 8 pistols.
Listen.
Right.
I was gonna say I have a pistol, but it's in my overcoat. You can't see that fucking thing. Anyway, you know what? Fine. I'm going to go downstairs, grab a box of the shells, mutter under my breath this fucking piece of, and then I'm gonna pass
The
it.
shotgun disappears and another arm comes out.
and
And here's your shells.
Box of shells comes in. He quickly closes the door. Second part of the two-part plan. Stop besieging my inner sanctum.
That's
Alright.
fair. Now,
Why don't you
how
walk
about
us
this?
out yourself?
No, it's
I
fine.
would, but we agreed previously that I would not come out with a loaded shotgun.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do.
I'm a man of my
We're-
word.
No, we're gonna go step outside and wait on the porch. You come down, put your gun away, get behind your nice little counter, and then just tell us when we can come back in, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's head outside, gentlemen.
Small aside. The
Sal-
As I see
background
them
in-
coming out, I'm going
Office.
to begin and repairing the door.
Small
So-
aside, The background sound of this track sounds like a tornado siren, and I
Oh
hate
no.
it.
Isn't
I was gonna
that
say,
eerie?
Right.
Like that
This is-
slow droning, and it's just awful. I hate it.
It's wonderful and I love it.
Now as
So-
we head outside, I'm gonna use myself. God, it would be
Sal's
better
is
not
going to
to
kind of
myself,
lean over to Angros and just say, that entire scenario seemed like one of those crime soap operas my sister so loves.
Listen, I'm just trying to not create problems with
It
where
felt
there
like
are
a
none.
hostage negotiation without the hostage.
No, there was a hostage,
Listen,
and it was
listen,
him.
this is my first time doing any of this, okay? It's a miracle that nobody
I'm
got
not
shot.
saying
Let's
you did a bad job. I'm saying that man might have a screw or two loose.
that this is some Looney Tunes bullshit? Absolutely.
As you leave, Stu's just kind of like, what's going on? You're leaving? And
It's
he
all-
sees Zessie coming down from the stairway, set his shotgun underneath his desk, and just go, holy shit, you managed to talk him out of whatever the fuck he was planning?
Hey, you phrase anything the right way, you can convince anybody.
Well, hell. I didn't think you were so social, but...
Well-
Kick his ass.
As he says this, I'm gonna kind of like flex my non-existent biceps. I gotta get by somehow now, you see.
Noted. Well, I'm gonna head back to the office. You have a chat with him.
Yeah, we'll let you know whenever we have some updates, but we're probably gonna have to go on a salvage mission here pretty soon if I had to take a guess at what we need.
So, Zesty can see me repairing the door that was destroyed.
Correct. He is eyeing you warily. And you can see that he is just kind of like drumming his fingers on a pipe wrench on the other side of the desk.
Also,
A nervous shiver goes through my body to my antennas.
also out of character thing, if you guys feel like I'm trying to hog the limelight too much,
No,
or
you're
too much
doing
talking,
good.
let me know.
No. Yeah, you're doing fine.
Sorry,
You-
I've been quiet the entire game.
If
It-
you don't
don't-
make your
just-
room in this
I-
game,
yeah.
you don't get your room.
This is
Remember
true.
how many
I'm
players
bullying
there
everybody
are?
right now because I never got to talk in the old campaign,
Yeah,
so now I'm having to take
remember how many
advantage of it.
players there are, Sam? There's like fucking what, 6 of us? If you want
I'm
room,
not-
you have to do something.
While we patiently wait to be
But
let
I
back
don't know
in
what to do.
Well-
Like,
that shop, I'm gonna go take a piss.
Playing a character.
I haven't exactly
There's-
had much experience actually playing.
You
so.
decide your character's goals and you shape your own encounters. You have to make your own fun here.
So, my character's going to
Sorry.
grab a big old step
No,
stool,
you're fine. You're fine.
pull a step stool towards the door, and get
I
the
don't have much
half
experience.
hooked back up.
It's like, and I feel like an asshole for just sitting here and not paying attention.
You're
It
It's
okay.
like-
happens sometimes, Sam.
My
You know.
brain's just like, I don't know what to do, and
Sam?
I'm just standing here.
You're going to be that way up until a point you're going to find a situation that'll draw you in, and then you're going to, come out. It's going to work out. Just relax.
I'm also going to flip the door in such a while I'm repairing the door. I'm going to flip it so that it can only be dismantled from the inside this time around.
But
Yeah,
the way that
the-
works is tabletop games are a pendulum. You just have to wait for the pendulum to swing into your niche, which, one of the benefits of, say, being a character that's uber charisma and can talk well is that my niche is a lot of the interactions, but you're going to find a ballpark where your character is more at home and more needed than anybody else. And in those situations, you can come up and you can shine. But like we said, there's like 7 people here. You're not going to get an opportunity to always be doing something. I spaced out all of the fucking time in Pathfinder, not because I was like, oh, I don't care what's going on. I was like, well, here's all these characters that are well established and have things going on, and I just kind of got fucking airdropped into the campaign. So
Yeah, you kind of had your weird, like, the writers decided, like, we need more likable characters. and
we
they
need more
threw in-
diversity. Add a rat.
Quick, hire the emergency writers.
It's like
Also-
dropping that one kid like in a kindergarten class and just saying, "Hey, these guys or
Also, if
this
you're
guy
not
needs a
used to
friend."
playing a character or playing stuff like this, well, guess what? Everything is about experience. You get good at things by doing those things. You're never going to be a natural when you very first start. And as it so happens, you're in at level 1 of a very, very long form campaign that you can use to grow your skills at this. So if you're not good at it, you're not supposed to be. Like,
yeah, this is
it'd be
session
weird if you
1
were.
of another campaign that could potentially last 5 years, so you've got time.
yeah,
I just now thought of that. Why?
I just,
You're good,
I didn't
man.
mean if I was like fucking up with anything. I'm
No,
No, you're not
sorry.
fucking up anything.
No. Just
If
If
try
we're
to
not
have fun,
screaming
man.
at you, you're
If
not fucking
If you
up.
feel like you need to say something or your character needs to do something, bully past us and make it happen. Because the only way it's kind of sucks to say, but the only way you can make stuff happen in games this big is if you kind of make it happen.
That's why I've been
Yeah.
so pushy on my
Like,
character.
right now, Levi is that dime at the club that you're trying to get his attention. All right, you got to be. You got
right now.
That's unfortunate.
I am so glad that's on camera. So glad.
First you call Eli a short stack, and then you call me a dime.
Yeah, I'm all about
Are
spreading.
you gay, Hooper?
No, I'm
Yes.
about spreading positivity. Do I have to be gay
in the
to
army.
spread positivity?
Once a coincidence,
Well,
twice as suspicious.
Another word for
Cooper,
happiness.
why are you
is
encouraging me
gay,
to flirt
so I
with
mean-
Levi? He's straight. That's not gonna work.
I'm talking about it in
Oh.
like a metaphysical sense. I'm not saying
You're
actually walk up to
metaphysically
me.
gay.
I'm not gay. I'm using examples. I'm trying. Listen, like half the people in this fucking
Come on,
Discord
Hero,
are
it's
fucking gay.
metaphysical
Maybe I'm just
bigotry
trying to
bullshit.
find some whatever.
Come on.
What the hell?
Again.
Let it be known you
going.
cannot say anything in this group without being fucked with.
Yep,
Listen, I'm
I've
pretty
learned
sure that I'm pretty sure I'm the one who also said if your homies need some homo, and it's on
Oh
video,
my
and I'm the one who
God.
put that on
It's like,
YouTube. So
I
shut
need
up,
to
I
change
self-incriminate
out my
myself.
phone.
Hey, I have on YouTube permanently me saying it's not a blowjob, it's a
It's
blowjob, so I'm right there with you.
job.
It's in this same fucking clip too. All right, I am good. I am ready to go back to this.
Yeah, I feel
war.
better now.
Okay, we give it
Yeah.
Sam his pep talk.
All right,
I'm-
give him the nice slap on the ass. Go out there and get him, Tiger.
Okay, so
Ooh.
back to what we were
So what
doing.
the fuck's going on now?
Please,
Oh,
Levi, save us
erotically
before we go
charged.
further in the
So
hole.
That's
Zessie cautiously welcomes you all into
Alright.
his abode,
I
keeping
have
a
no
careful
headphones
eye
in.
on all
I
of
can hear
you.
you guys.
Okay, I'm going to carefully walk up to the counter and go. All right, Mr. Zessie, what do we need?
You can call me Zess. Actually, don't do that. I don't like that. But
How about just Zessie?
yeah, all right. So, low and short of it, those bandits, those Asheville motherfuckers, they broke that damn purifier so bad that honestly, we're gonna need a lot of serious repair parts. Now, don't worry your little hides over it. There is one place that we can get it from some bastards that may or may not deserve it.
Sounds like karma. I like it.
So, seeing as how you all strolled in from that rogue baron, I am certain you recall those soldiers.
The fellows with the
Yeah.
crest on their chest, yeah.
Yeah, those
about-
lion bastards. So, those guys are from the Stenham family. Oh, they're not a part of the family, they work for the family.
The Stinham?
Yeah, Stenham.
Mercenaries.
Okay.
They're not mercenaries, they're royal guard.
Royal God.
I'm sure you probably could get a look around and saw that forest store south.
Yes.
So in there's a Stenham Manor, and among us,
I don't know why, but that term makes my eye twitch. Anyway, go on.
No, I'm just joking. It's an old video game joke. I'm sure you get it, and I'm spoiling the joke by explaining it. But anyway, in the depths of that
All
forest,
there's
there's
this
a
cannon in this fucking.
Can I roll
God.
profession vid gamer to see if I know what the fuck he's talking about?
You were a vid gamer back during the fucking Centurion War? What the fuck? Okay, anyway. So, in the depths of that forest, once you reach a little clearing, you'll see the Stenham Manor. Now, they got their own little vineyard going on, and they make more than enough water to sate all of our needs here. So I imagine that you could probably borrow some parts from here, or from there, to fix up our parts here. That sound too bad?
Are you suggesting we
that
infiltrate and
sounds fine.
steal these parts?
Man, that's kind of fucked up. They have a whole vineyard over there that works, and they're letting you guys starve.
Yeah, tell me about it. Those fucking Stenham motherfuckers, lording over us long before the Syndicate saved our sorry souls.
I heard you guys didn't like the family, so I can see why now.
Oh yeah, no. Especially those fucking Baldor motherfuckers. Those hoity-toity capital lurkers. I'm glad they got
Rich.
pushed off this rock.
Rich fucking pricks, all of them act the same.
Oh yeah.
All right.
I'm glad you are
Yeah.
like mine.
So you're suggesting we steal the parts we need from...
Yes, I'm suggesting we steal the parts we need. Be quiet.
I wasn't...
Don't want any of those lying motherfuckers hearing us.
I wasn't raising my voice.
Well, the problem is those guys look like they mean business. Stealing it might be the only option.
I mean,
not
you
gonna
all are a pretty thorough group. Don't you have some skill in talking?
We do. I would prefer to try to talk them out of some of their parts than taking it out of them, because,
Regardless, the parts that we need are in that manor. More specifically, they're under the manor.
Alright, could you do me a huge favor, Zessie?
What's going on?
So,
What do you
I
need?
don't...
You need somebody killed?
I like your enthusiasm, but no. I'm not terribly tech savvy, so if you could just write me up a parts list, I'm gonna give it to our engineer friend here, and he'll tell us.
Oh, yeah, I already gave a list to that stew motherfucker. Give me 1 second. And he starts rooting around through all of the junk heap before he pulls out a torn letter. Just so happens, I have a photocopier.
That works perfectly, and then I'm gonna go ahead and make sure this gets to Yarick. You over here?
Yarik.
Yarick.
Yeah, I get.
I'm gonna call you
I'm-
Yar. I'm gonna hand
That's
you the
alright.
Yar.
Yeah.
All right, Yar. Whenever we get there, you're gonna be the guy that knows what we're looking for. And you got to tell us. You're gonna have to tell us if we're getting working equipment or scrap, because I don't trust these nobles to hand us over a working product on the first go around. If we choose to go the bartering route.
I should mention, it's not nobles, it's noble.
Noble family, right? But either way.
You probably talk around and figure some stuff out before you head on over. What the fuck is that noise? Tori, are you
Hands
digging
don't
around in the
wave.
garbage again? He gets up and starts wandering around into the back, clearly losing all of his attention towards you to go and figure out what the fuck was making that noise.
All right. Well, thanks, Zessie. I think this is all the information we should need. I guess we'll go ahead and see about trying to get to that damn manor now. Appreciate the help. We'll let you know whenever we.
He's already gone.
Oh, he is. Oh, didn't even pay attention.
Yeah, he
Okay.
went out the back. You heard a noise.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, I turn around to face the rest of the party and go. I guess we know what we're doing now, roughly.
Well,
Roughly.
I'm not rated for sneaking around, and as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not in any condition to go picking fights.
Yeah, no, I don't want
I-
to do either of those things. Yep. You're saying something?
I'm not too bad at sneaking around. It's something that my order taught us about.
I
Trained.
noticed
know,
your
ways of
black-suited
stealth.
fellow. He's looking pretty light on arms and armor.
To say
Yeah,
the
do you guys
least
have
of it.
Wait, who said that? Was that Stu?
That was Stu. That was me,
So-
Stu. I'm talking.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Zessie.
So y'all got a trader around here somewhere that has at least just basic supplies. I'm not
Well,
asking.
we don't really have anything that you'd be interested in, but back during my sheriff days, I did have quite the suit of armor. May not be up to snuff with those soldier types, but I figure it'll fit you.
How tall
Anything
is
is of use.
Stu's a pretty tall dude. He's pretty intimidating looking.
Stu? Well, if you'd be willing to lend that to our friend here, I'm sure he'd greatly appreciate it.
My fighting days are long over.
I'll return it to you when I'm able.
I'd appreciate that. It's quite a memento. So, he continues to lead you towards the office, whereas the rest of you are allowed to do whatever you want.
All right, so I got a couple
be
ideas.
right back.
I'm going to look through the list and make a mental note of all the parts.
Yeah, you're making a little mental calculation. You got your mental memory going on.
So, we do have an in potentially. If we want to talk to this, this is why I'm writing things down, because my memory is this bad. The Stin.
Okay, I'm back.
We could potentially talk to those soldiers inside of the Rogue Baron. Maybe they could set us up with a contact and be willing to trade with us. I'm sure that these parts are going to cost a king's ransom, but who knows? Maybe between all of us, we have that ransom. Or what I
I
most
have
likely
pocket
see
You
happening.
don't.
What I most likely see happening is they're going to ask a price that is beyond us for these filters, and then we're going to have to do them a favor to get them. Or if we find ourselves incapable of fulfilling said favor, we wind up having to take them with the 5-finger discount. The problem is, if we steal those water filters, and if they find out that those got stolen, there's only one place they're going to think to look, and it's going to be this town, and they're going to get vengeance on them. So, quite frankly, I don't see a way for us to get these things and actually get to keep them without a fair amount of diplomacy and back scratching. Fuck, we are going to have to talk to them then.
For the record,
Okay.
I'm not here right now, am I?
Yeah, you're going with Stu to his office.
Okay.
Okay.
So-
Well, I can catch up in small details.
No matter what happens, if we steal them, these people are dead.
If we steal them, we risk repercussions, because if these people are at all smart, they're going to know, hey, the next town over has a bad water purifier, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they have a good one, and we're missing equipment. It's not going to be hard to figure that shit out. So if we don't want to risk these people getting serious repercussions, we need to do this legitimately.
Or at least find a fall guy.
We can blame it on bandits, probably, if we could.
Blame it on
Ah,
Zessie.
wait.
Oh, wow.
Well, God, it would be actually a pretty damn clever idea if we could blame it on the bandits. This noble house seems to have better resources than these common villagers. If we could put them at odds against each other, that'd help. But that requires a lot of diplomacy and trickery that I, quite frankly, don't think I can pull off, nor want to try to pull off.
I have no
Well, if-
ability in this.
If we can get them to
Regard.
go after each other, that's
If
the
the
bandit's
opportunity
solved.
prevents itself, absolutely jump at the heel, jump at the chomp for that. But in the meantime, let's just see what we can do to get a hold of these filters without fuckery. Agreed? Anybody else got any better ideas?
Agreed.
I agree with that.
Not
Alright.
seeing a
I
lot of options.
suppose.
Well, let's go back to the Rogue Baron and see if those soldiers are still in there, and ask them if we could have a talk with them or somebody who knows something back at the manor.
So, you all proceed to the Rogue Baron, whereas Stu leads you to his office. Now, on the journey there, it kind of just gives you a general look up and down.
Actually, we'll go to the Rogue Baron, and we'll as 447 walks off, I'm gonna signal to him to just meet us back in the tavern when he's got his equipment. We'll wait for him before we go on any further party diplomatic shit. I want big, tall, scary man to be behind me when I'm talking for extra, insurance.
Very well.
Meanwhile, Darian, am I a joke to you?
Oh, you're not a
Regardless,
joke, but with two of you, that's even better.
Stu does give 447 a look up and down before kind of just saying, "You look like a man out of..."
What do you mean by that?
Well, I suppose I got something. He goes through the door of his little hidey hole before digging around in the back, kind of inviting you. And you see that there is all of the little knickknacks of a storied man with a storied life. There are hunting trophies mounted on the wall, a little cot with a couple of guns kind of resting up to him, desk with a stack of writing papers, and it looks like this used to be a man with a more martial aspect that is kind of retired to live a peaceful life as a town. And it's not long before he pulls out a crate and kind of drags it a bit before unclicking it. Like I said, this is back from my old sheriff days, so don't shit yourself when people recognize that it's my armor, alright?
We'll see.
Or as well as that, I've got a couple of tools. He looks over towards his gun stow, just this simple rack next to his bed, and pulls off a meager-looking rifle. One of the few pieces I never actually used. Well, never had to put anyone down with. Suppose it's yours now. And he tosses it over.
I catch it and just remark, for the time being.
You'll find a box of rounds underneath that cabinet there. Let me get out this armor.
While he's getting out the armor, I'll secure the rounds of ammunition for the rifle.
You pull open the drawer and find that it is loaded to the brim. You take about 100 rounds before closing it. At that point, you turn around and laid neatly on the floor, kind of piece by piece, is a set of almost plate-looking armor fit for a mercenary. At that point, he has to drag out from the closet some kind of sort of closer fitting, almost looks like it's a carbon suit with a bunch of ports and sockets all over it. Toss that on. There's a bathroom right next to you in case you need to have some privacy.
To that, I nod and I take the armor and the undersuit for it into the bathroom, and I get suited up.
It's a touch bit heavy, but you get that undersuit on and zip it up, and you kind of find that it expands over your form just to be generally good. As you come out, he's laid out the rest of the pieces, and you all begin to, piece by piece, attach each one to you. Boy, have you had a fucking shower since you woke up? You do not smell good.
I woke up from cryopreservation just a few days ago after having been sealed in for hundreds of years.
You figured Tim Tom would have washed you up or something. What
Honestly,
the hell is that? It's not sweat. You smell like fucking... I don't even know what to place it. Yeah, almost.
That's part of the compound they put inside of the tubes.
Well then. Hopefully they don't stick you back in a tube, because I got some news for you.
Trust me,
And-
I've slept long enough.
Piece by piece, they assemble and slot each segment of this metal armor before eventually putting on the boots and gloves.
And with all
He
due
hands
respect,
you-
oh sorry, he hands me what?
He hands you as a final piece his helmet, which appears to be full-faced and
So
has a
he hands
black
me this
visor.
full-faced helmet, and I hold in my hands and look down into the visor, and as I'm looking into it, and with all due respect, Mayor, I wipe some dust off of it and slip it over my head, and it hissing as it hermetically seals. I'm not sure I'm going to be showering until we fix your water problem.
That's a fair enough choice.
Thank you.
Mm.
I'll return your gear to you once I find something of my own to replace it with.
You take care.
Very well. And with that, I'll go ahead and rejoin my comrades.
So, it's not long, maybe 10 or so minutes pass. You get another drink with, or the Rogue Baron. Until eventually you hear the tink, 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 tink of a now very suited up 447. Still no face present. Hidden behind
I'm
that
gonna
slick
see if
ass
I can
visor.
Find a screenshot. I think I have the art save for this.
It's okay. I am capable of bringing your art, I believe. Regardless, I think you all
Yes.
have seen him before.
Yes.
So,
I imagine the main thing that gives me away here is my height.
yeah, as he walks into the Baron, the rest of these people quiet down for just a second before getting on to their regular business. It looks like the workday is already passed and people are just tidying up for the night. At this point, with 447 entering the building, what do?
Well, I guess whenever he goes in, I'll just wave him over to the table.
Oh, and seeing as now how I have a weapon, I will go to the table. I will unholster the pistol that Darian gave to me, hold it by the barrel, and extend it towards Darian so he can grab it by the handle.
And he is going to do so and take the time to put it back on his armor.
I give you a brief nod, then I sit at the table with the rest of the group.
Alright. So, as you all get your table, do you flag down these guards?
Once we've all gathered together, I'm going to instead go over and walk over to their table.
Alright, who follows you?
Anybody who wishes to come?
Yeah,
may.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I will. I'll go.
Oh, yes.
All right.
I'll be beside.
So I'm gonna walk over them. Walk over to the other side of the bar, to the table, to the two heavily armored individuals, and as they, I assume, look up from their drinks to,
Yeah, they stop what they're doing and look up to you.
Gentlemen, I must ask a tremendous favor of you.
I'm listening.
From what I understand, you guys have a working water purifier and maybe some spare parts. This town does not have a working water purifier or some spare parts. We're trying to negotiate a trade on behalf of these people. Would you be willing to help us set that up?
I don't have the right to talk about any of that. Look, I'm just here off duty and trying to get a drink.
I understand, and I hate to bother you in your free time like this, but it's pretty important that we make this happen. So, do you know anybody that I could talk to back at the? Well, actually, I don't even know for sure where you fellows are from.
From that vineyard.
I know where they're from.
Just south. It's Stenham Manor. You already mentioned the vineyards, so you know where we live.
I have a general idea of it, but saying I know where is maybe being a bit generous about how much information I have.
Perhaps.
You got a sergeant or a guard captain that might be willing to, that might have a better position to speak about this stuff?
If you're so insistent to bug them about it. Yeah, I think I can give this information out. You can go talk to Jackson, see if he'll let you in.
Jackson. All right. Thanks, gentlemen. Sorry for disturbing your night. Enjoy.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and actually.
And,
what time of day is it here?
We should
What time of day is it? It's starting to creak into.
His
Into
name.
dusk? I'm sorry, you cut out. What's it creeping into?
It's starting to creep into night. It's not quite there yet, but there's still daylight to burn.
How far is it to the manor?
Are you asking the soldier?
I suppose so. Just somebody.
It's not that quick if you go by buggy. Not that slow if you go by buggy. By walking distance, you'll probably make it there by nightfall. Oh, I should probably mention, Jackson's the bodyguard of Seccaro.
And might I ask your name so when we talk to him, he knows where we got this from.
Well, I'd prefer you not mention my name, but if
Okay.
you have to, Giles.
Giles? Oh,
All right. And after hearing all this information, I will thank him again for it, and I'll turn to the party and ask them, all right, do we want to leave now and potentially get stuck there overnight, or wait until the morning when we have a whole day ahead of us so that we're not risking doing
I
anything
get
in
the
the dead
sense
of
they
night?
aren't going to want visitors in the evening.
Yeah, and quite frankly, you still
do
read,
have-
and I wouldn't mind actual proper sleep, not a coma.
I will say, as
Leave-
much as you said you don't like using someone's place that they've been already kind to you, Tim Tom did say his place was open.
While he's
He-
home.
Did
Oh.
while he's home, and he is away on business, so
Right.
I'm gonna ask the innkeep
Oh,
here
well.
or the barkeep if they've got rooms here, and if they do, I'm gonna get one of those.
Oh, I know this
Hmm.
wasn't mentioned, but by any chance, was I given just credits for like
I imagine,
mission necessary expenses?
I imagine a part of him just kind of throwing over some stuff to you included a small credit chit.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely not doing great on credits either. I definitely have something that could qualify as pocket change right now.
I was just finding an in-universe reason to have my leftover credit allotment from building my character.
Oh, fair enough. Well,
So, you walk over to the bartender, and she's kind of like, "What do you think this is, an old-timey inn?" "No, I don't have rooms."
well, shit, just asking. You know anywhere that does, or do you guys not exactly have those types of loungings?
Well, if you can't convince somebody to let you in, you probably ask Stu. Getting pretty buddy-buddy with him. I saw your little conundrum with Zessie.
Well, I know
Thanks
the
for the
doctor
help.
isn't home, but we might not have a choice but to go back to his house.
Yeah, you're right. If nothing else, maybe if we split our teams between somebody staying with Stu and somebody staying with him, it won't be as much of a drain.
Look,
fuck.
if you're really itching for a fucking place to stay, I've got a place. Just don't bother me, please.
Wouldn't dream of it. What's the fee?
Oh, you're helping out the town, aren't you?
Just a bit, yeah.
Consider it on the house. Literally on my house.
I like the wordplay, and I greatly appreciate it. And then from there, I'll just kind of get directions from her and say, well, that's where I'm going to bed down for the night. And I'm sure I can accommodate a few other people in there.
Alright. Well, a bit of time passes, and assuming you all are wanting to stay the night here at this town, you go ahead, wait until the bartender closes up for the night. Clearly not open late into the night, like normal. And then you start following her to her place. Are you all staying here?
Depends on how much you have room for.
Well, I've got a guest bedroom. It's got a double space bed. Probably fit 2 of you on it. Got a couch, but it's not very nice.
I've slept on the floor more than enough times in my life. I can do it again.
Floor it is.
I am not particularly picky. I guess I'll take the couch if nobody's claiming that.
Is there like one of those single seaters, just kind of lounge chairs?
No, I've got a couch.
Okay, a couch. Yeah, I'll just prop myself up against the wall and doze.
Alright.
I get the sense
you
we're
all-
getting full up. Perhaps myself and the rest of us should find other lodgings.
So, who is going with the bartender, and who is going to someplace else?
Given that it seems like at least half the party has decided to stay at the bartender's house, I'm gonna go someplace else because I don't think we can fit too many of us into her abode.
You know what, 447, I got some things I want to talk to you about, so I'm gonna go with you, actually.
I figure
sounds like we can do a 3 and 3. Myself and 2 others can stay comfortably at the barkeep's place, and then the other 3 can go wherever you wish
I'm
to
going
go.
to look towards the Skittermander. This one doesn't take up much space. He could probably stay with the bartender.
I'm going to go up and crash onto a couch.
There's a bed open.
I imagine that, like, Ankos is just like, what the fuck, man?
I'm on the bed. You just fucking like sit down on top. You're like, oh fucker.
Sorry.
I'm
You
going
can use
to
the bed, you know.
look towards Vaku. Where are you staying?
Yes. I suppose I'll wander around town a bit.
Then you're coming with
And
Darian and I.
See. Yeah.
Then it's settled.
I'm not much of a drinker anyway.
So that means Ankos, Sal, and
Clouds the mind.
Yarich are staying with the bartender. Me, Vaku, and Darian are leaving.
So, as you get settled down to the bartender's house, you quickly determine that, like, Sal is going to have the entirety of the bed to himself. And Yarich is capable of basically sleeping on either the side of the couch with fucking Ankos or laying like a dog at the feet of Sal. Or just the floor.
Y'all are just going to sleep on it at the feet of the couch bed.
I'm just
The
leaning
bed.
up against the wall and just kind of.
Then I have the
against the
bed
wall
to
on the bed?
myself.
You're not even going to take the bed, Eli?
No. Sal would
Wow.
not stoop that low.
You stoop
Alright.
so low as to sleep in a bed?
I'm
You know
not
what?
going to
Fuck this.
sleep in this filthy bartender's bed.
You know what? Fuck this.
No.
I'm gonna go sleep in the goddamn bed if all you guys want to be little girls about it.
No, I thought
it-
I was gonna have to share. That's kind of.
Ankos quickly takes the bed, and
Yeah.
I assume
yes.
Yarich sits on some empty space on it and just kind of goes to sleep
Did
like
you
a
not
fucking
hear me?
dog. Yeah, like a dog.
Yeah, you
Alright.
said you were on the foot of the couch, didn't you?
In the foot of
No,
the bed, he meant to say.
Yes.
That leaves Sal with either the couch or the floor. Your choice.
Is the couch too low for you too?
If no one's on the couch, I'll take the couch. I thought I was having to share the bed.
No.
Ah,
Oh, get over yourself.
Enough of us split. We split the party basically, so you three should have semi-comfortable arrangements.
alright. So the rest of you are walking around at night in the middle
Yep.
of Kellyanne.
I think so. I'm thinking at the very least, since the doctor offered his abode to us, he wouldn't mind if we stayed there for just a night, even though he's not present.
As long as it's not locked.
If it is, then we go talk with the mayor.
That's fair.
My personal hope is that he has some water there I can bathe with that isn't contaminated.
You know, as you know, we're walking through the town, just kind of striking up conversation.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of can imagine how you felt back on that ship. Something kind of similar happened to me a few
Not
months
from
back.
around here either.
Well, yeah, you can say that. Kind of just woke up in the middle of nowhere, meandered, wandered like a savage for a while until I found civilization, and just nothing made sense.
You don't even remember.
So I'm just
where
gonna
you
look
came
around, see if I notice anything out of the ordinary.
Certainly, you can keep a lookout while these guys are talking.
Do I need to make a perception check or?
Yeah, make a perception check for me. You keep a general eye out, and as they're talking, I'll let you know if you catch anything.
So what'd you
Alright.
say in response to what I did?
from? You don't even remember where you're from?
All I remember is something like a violent storm drifting. But it wasn't an ocean. I was certainly bone dry when I woke up. I remember
Like a
bits and pieces.
sandstorm?
Just fragments. I remember how to talk, what I did, how to do things, but people are just figments. I don't have names, but I know I care about them. I hope I can find them someday. But
I remember what I
you
care
know,
about. I remember what I fought for.
I'm almost as lost as you are out here.
Sounds like you might be a hair bit more lost than even I am.
Well, maybe. At least you know that everyone, you're not going to talk to them again.
I do have a sense of finality to it all. Fractal's gone. I know that much for sure. Don't know about Concordia. Maybe it's still out there. If it really has been hundreds of years like I've been told, my squad mates are done for.
Well, maybe we can find what they dined for at the very least, right?
So, if you're not from around here, then I'm sure the name Concordia means nothing to you.
No, nothing.
So I'm gonna look towards the bird. What about you?
Yeah.
Where do you come from?
I'm from a place called Amara Zephyr. It's a planet covered mostly in desert.
So, you're not from the past, you're not from an alternate universe, you're from here.
As far as I can tell, yes. Although my people, they aren't as technically advanced as the rest of you seem to be. I grew up wandering the desert sands of my homeworld.
So I take it
Eventually,
the name Concordia would be nothing to you either.
I haven't heard of it. Hell, this is my first time being on another planet.
Someone out there has to have heard of it. I'm going to find them, then I'm going to follow the trail back. But that's after we get our debts paid.
Well, maybe on the way, I could find who I'm looking for too.
I hope so. Being without roots is... Well, I can't say how it feels because it's the first time I've lost them.
Well,
It'd be a while before my mentors ever contact me again.
Why did you leave?
What?
Seems like Daria and I didn't have a choice, but here you are.
Well, whenever I graduated from the monastery, my masters told me to go out in the cosmos and find myself.
So,
I have no idea I have no
you're
idea
on a
how exactly it's going to
religious...
manifest.
You're on a religious pilgrimage.
Of sorts.
I see.
Although where my destination is, I'm not certain. I just know I only know where the gods will guide me.
Gods.
Yeah. I mean, I sort of remember something like that, yeah.
Seems like each of us is looking for something.
It's about this time that you reach the front of Tim Tom's clinic. You try the door and find that it opens easily enough. And inside, sitting on the counter as soon as you come in and turn the lights on, is a small handwritten note that says, "Please lock the door once you've come in."
Then he was expecting us. Very well. So with that, I'm going to, once we're in, close the door and lock it. And I'd like to see what the water situation here is. Does he have any uncontaminated water, or is he kind
From
of...
what you can tell, you take a ginger look around, being careful not to disturb any equipment. There is water set aside for assumedly medical purposes.
Probably shouldn't use that.
I'm just gonna
There
look around,
is
see
a
if there's any
shower,
sort
by the
of.
way.
Okay, so I'm
I'm
gonna approach the shower and I'm going to just crank it and run it for a minute, and I'm gonna see if I can see if there's anything wrong with it. Is it discolored? Does it smell funny?
So you twist the knob and immediately there's the and it hits the back of the interior shower, which is pretty nice, honestly. The water looks relatively fine. You're not necessarily certain what's wrong with it.
Okay, well in that case,
Could I make a survival check to try and ascertain the state of the water?
Sure. You take
That's
a moment,
rough.
and as the both of you are in the bathroom checking the shower together, you kind of look at that water and go, "Yup, that's water."
that's water.
I mean, they said it was contaminated, but he's going to kind of take some in his hand and sniff it and
They're
lick
both
it a little
humans,
bit.
right?
Yeah, they're both humans.
I'm sorry. Is this some sort of human
Ritual.
bonding ritual that you two are engaged in? Just staring at the water.
Vaku, what the fuck are you talking about?
Fascinating.
If you
I
ever
don't
imply
know,
that again, I'm going to beat your face.
I just find it rather odd that
You know what? You're the only
two are
one here.
just
You're
in
the
the
only
shower
one here.
together.
We're trying to figure out what's wrong with the water, and you're the only one not wearing a helmet. See if it smells or tastes funny.
Go just make a perception check.
Darian, I already said that Darian licked the water that he got in his hand.
Oh, did he? It tastes
Yeah.
fine.
I want a second opinion.
Mm.
No offense.
Roll perception. Basically,
You know-
just take some of the water and I taste it.
The water on surface level, it seems okay in terms of perception. Tastes a little bit gritty, but other than that, seems fine.
Refill my water.
Well, I imagine
Slight.
if it
Kind of a
Slight.
change from the arid atmosphere of Giled, which is pretty dry, honestly.
if
Slightly earthy flavor, but otherwise fine.
this doesn't smell like it has chemicals in it, so I mean, we could just try to boil it.
That's not a bad idea. Alright. I say we get some containers out. Fill them
Tim
up.
Tom is just gonna be like, "Why the fuck is my water bill so high?"
We just leave the shower running.
I say we get some containers out, fill them up, boil them, use them for bathing, drinking, whatever we need.
I mean, that's if there isn't something else in it, but
Better safe than sorry. I assume if it was as easy as boiling it, we wouldn't have to replace any water chips. But I'd rather take the precaution.
Hey, I'm gonna look around Tim Tom's kind of just general living quarters. like, I guess the
Just
living
gonna
room and
snoop
just...
around in his
It
house.
is. You actually end up finding where he like sleeps, and it is very cozy and tucked away.
Ooh.
It is a bed the size for a bear.
So the only snooping I'm
It
gonna
looks
do,
custom made.
only snooping
Custom
I'm gonna
made.
do is for cookware or other containers that could be boiled.
I'm just gonna
Yeah, I'm
just gonna
sure a
look around,
bear
see
has a
if I find
pot.
anything interesting.
Yeah, for making
raid-
his porridge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you all come together, and with Vaku as your perceptive man, you eventually find a giant cooking pot.
All right, we're gonna fill that fucker with water and boil it.
So
mean,
you do so. What were you asking, Sam?
I'm just looking around and see if there's anything out of the ordinary in this
Out of the
guy's
ordinary.
room.
Here, you find what appears
Yeah.
to be a cabinet of sorts that kind of is out of place from the rest of the room, considering how high tech it looks. It's made of a pretty nice stainless metal. It looks like there's a locked drawer, and sitting on top of it are a
Locked drawer.
variety of medical.
Hmm.
That being said, the rest of you start collecting and boiling water.
Yes. And once we
All
have
right.
enough water, I
I'm just
assume
snooping around
we will
this
take,
guy's
we will
this
take
guy's personal
turns.
belongings, and you guys are just
We will take turns bathing.
okay.
Boiling will just kill the bacteria, not remove any sediment or stuff in it.
Well, I mean,
Yes.
we've determined that that's probably the cause. Which, I mean, if these people are using a water purifier, but they're not dehydrating and they're just kind of like suffering, they're probably fine if they're boiling water. Like, you know, putting things together. If it's a disease, boiling it'll make it fine.
So,
If it's poisoned, however,
so you all find that.
You said there was a.
Hmm?
So you said there was a locked drawer.
Yeah, there's a locked drawer.
So in the meantime, once we have enough water, I'm just going to say,
I don't have any sort of lock picking shit, so
I think given the circumstances, I should probably be the first one to give myself a good scrubbing.
yeah, you kind of smell like shit, if I'm honest.
So after a
It tends
while,
to happen when you're stored in a vat of shit for a few hundred years.
I wouldn't know.
after a while,
I'm
you
glad
both
you don't.
eventually you settle down in some of the medical beds. I'm not sure who's taking Tim Tom's bed, but you don't think he'd.
Yep.
If you just
I
have to
just
deal
like
with,
to make a
bear
point.
hair.
I have bathed, so hopefully I no longer smell like rotten formaldehyde.
This is
At least
true.
that strongly.
Really gets into your skin, you know? You gotta sweat
Yeah.
it out.
So,
Yeah.
do you want to do anything else, Sam? Maybe try and bust this open, or try and find somebody to lockpick it.
I'm either asleep or showering, so I'm not gonna notice if you attempt to break into it.
I'm gonna look around for
A key?
something to use. Yeah.
Fair. Give me another perception check.
Speaking of
Now that
water,
you're
I'm
looking
gonna
for-
get some real quick.
Whoa, 24. Hidden underneath the mattress, you have to pull it up. You find a key that specifically looks like it was built for this desk.
Ooh.
So if
Alright, I'm gonna.
447
gonna,
is
like-
showering,
Well,
Darian would probably be boiling the water. Is it in
Tag
view
team.
of
No, it's in the back.
Alright.
It's in Tim Tom's bedroom, but you unlock that cabinet.
alright. I'm gonna look around the cabinet.
Fair enough. You open it up, and immediately what you see as it pulls out is a service badge, as well as a stack of different looking papers, ones with actual sigils printed on them. They look official.
Service badge for.
Do you
What
quickly
exactly?
kind of look through and get a general idea of what these are? Yeah, you pull up that badge and it looks interesting, but it's going to take you a second to figure out what the hell is going on. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
After rifling through his papers and giving that badge a good look over, you deduce that Tim Tom was originally a Syndicate combat medic that has resigned.
Okay.
For undisclosed reasons.
Okay, I'm back.
Other than
I guess I
that,
could look
you
through the
do
papers a bit.
you do find hidden underneath the stack of papers a credit sheet.
Steal his
Ooh.
money.
Wow.
How much is on there?
You don't
kind of-
know.
You pick it up and you realize that it is a black stick. However, you could transfer it to yours. See how much is on
You're
it.
gonna steal the money of the guy who saved our lives and is giving us a place to stay.
You're not with him. Shut up.
Oh, I know I'm not. I'm just commenting out of character.
Let it happen.
I
I guess I could just take a quick look just to see how much is on there.
So, with this undisclosed credit sheet, you quickly transfer it over to yours just to get a general sense of how much is on there. And deposited, you can count it via your comm unit. You see that there are 75 credits that are transferred to your account.
Is that a lot or not? A lot?
I mean, for
That's
the
a
level,
bit.
for the level we're at, that's nothing to sneeze at.
That's definitely nothing to sneeze at.
And no one's gonna know except for him later if you steal it.
So I want to make him mad by stealing his money.
This is the,
Steal
like-
Matt's money.
This is the Telltale Games, like, steal money, don't steal money.
This is what my dad always told me growing up. It's like, you know, the kind of person you are is determined by what you do when no one's watching. So, you know.
I'm just looking. I'm like, I probably should just not mess with this money right now.
But
I think my curiosity is satisfied enough.
at the same point, at the same juncture, you do have an opportunity to steal money from Matt.
So,
Or give money to Matt.
What? Why would you?
you put those 75 back onto that anonymous chit.
So
Is that what you do?
yeah, I'm just gonna put it back because I'm like,
Fair enough.
he's helping us out. I don't want to make him upset if I take his just hidden stash of money. I'm already like snooping around through his rifle
Yeah,
things out.
You go ahead and put the money back where you found it, and then put that credit sheet in the bottom of the drawer, put the resignation papers back on top of it, and lay out his service badge back in the desk drawer before closing it and locking.
Great,
Put
you're
key
not a
back where I
piece of
found
shit.
it.
Good job, you passed the test.
So,
Yay.
I feel like that decision would have been a lot faster if you weren't a piece of shit.
all of you get some rest. Specifically for the bartender's house, she does have like jugs of water that you are capable of using to drink, but not to bathe. They have a powder for that here.
A powder for bathing?
Correct. It's emergency supplies.
Yeah, I heard dry showers are an actual thing. It's
Oh.
like
Never knew that.
powdered shampoo.
Never.
Yeah, these are emergency
about it.
supplies in case the water turns bad. Speaking of, I'm going to need Centurion and Darian to make fortitude saves.
Great.
I knew that was
Well,
coming.
we tried. Oh god, at least I'm pretty sure I have a good fortitude. Yeah, for this level, absolutely I do.
As the both of you kind of spend the night and try to get some sleep, there's this kind of dull headache that most of you get. It kind of fades as the night continues to take its toll.
I'm
But,
gonna write it
you-
off as just cryopreservation sickness.
That is fair. Darian, you also are not entirely aware of just aches, so it may have been the water, it may just have been, self-playing tricks on you. That being said, you don't experience any other symptoms. You all awaken the next day.
My character is definitely going to take a powder bath.
Fair.
It is going to prompt me to be like, so what's exactly wrong with the water when I get the chance?
So, you all get up, regroup, assumedly at the bar,
Yeah, we're going
or
back to
else.
the bar and we're going
somewhere
to
else.
reunite the
So,
party.
something to notice here is that as you all get up for the morning, you find the bartender quickly cooking breakfast, and as she sees all of you with your pleading eyes, she helps you in, gives you a bit. It's fairly run-of-the-mill, but it's what she has. And eventually you learn that at the end of the meal, her name is Jola. And she takes you back to the Rogue Baron.
Okay.
Thank you for the assistance.
Yeah, only because you're helping out Stu.
Soon we'll be helping out you.
That's what I'm hoping.
All right. Well, we've got a place. We've got a people. I assume everybody here's good to go.
Yep. Where are you all heading?
Gonna go see if
Hold
we can
on.
try and talk to.
If we meet up at the bar,
You are.
Darian is just gonna ask. So,
So,
what exactly is wrong with the water anyway?
Who are you asking?
The bartender.
Oh, you're asking Jola.
Yeah.
Well, ever since the purifier broke, it's just been radioactive.
oh,
You mean it picks up radio signals?
No, I mean it's literally radioactive. You didn't drink any, did you?
No, we didn't drink any.
Why are you two sweating like that? What did you do?
Oh, what does radioactive mean before I answer this?
What does radioactive mean?
It means
even
that the
know
next
it's
time-
up
It means if you're holding a
radioactive.
rad counter, it'll go crazy when you're standing near it.
All right, serious advice. The next time you take a shower, make sure that you still only have 2 testicles.
Or you at least have, or
Or don't have one extra of however many you have. I don't know. I don't fucking know you.
So at this point, Darian is just gonna look over at
don't
door
have
7.
anything this.
If
I'm
you
going to
find any-
slowly rotate my head towards Dorian.
If
On
you
a
fi-
scale of 1 to 10, how bad is that?
If you haven't been able to tell, Zavoth 3's atmosphere isn't that good. We get a lot of electromagnetic radiation from our sun, which is stronger than most. It used to be that our terraforming equipment used to take care of that back up in the capital, but you know how that went.
We actually do not. That's why I'm going to point to Ankos and say,
At which point I roll my eyes very hard and go, "Don't talk about that, please."
okay.
So, radiation has nothing to do with radios, does it?
No.
Oh.
It pisses off. Okay, to give you an extreme layman's representation, radiation pisses off your cells and makes them do weird things. If you find bumps on your body after this, find a doctor.
We might have to find Tim Tom.
what?
Oh,
Or
okay.
you could equate it
Well,
as.
But on the bright
it's a
side,
rush,
radiation is a slow killer, and we have time. Let's go.
depending, and not
All right.
usually.
Note to self, do
quick
not drink
death.
any of the water around here.
Yeah, no shit.
As
it'll
you-
probably be fine. It wasn't that much.
What the fuck?
As you all continue to make your way towards the edge of the town, are you just gonna head there by foot?
So
There's
a
we
buggy.
were told
was
there's no
much-
not many vehicles, so yeah.
That is true.
Well,
Are there
You were,
horses?
told,
true,
you were
but-
told by the bartender that there weren't many vehicles.
I'm inclined to swing by Zessie's place again and ask him if he knows where we can get a hold of a buggy.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got one in the back. Just be careful, it's literally the town's last one.
Ugh.
I'm
You guys really
not
wanna-
entirely sure that could fit 6.
Where the hell are you going up to their manor?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the plan for today.
Hell, take it.
Will it
On.
fit all of
How
us?
many can it seat?
Well, you know what? Give me an hour. I'll be right back. And he heads back into his workshop.
This guy's about to weld some troop seats onto this thing, isn't he?
You start immediately hearing. You can see light emanating from his workstation.
Yes.
I
Yes,
feel
he
like I'm
is.
about to not like what I'm gonna see.
So, after about an hour or so, you are invited back into his place and still glowing red hot. He kind of leans up against it and then goes, ow, ow, fuck. And then he kind of holds his burnt elbow. Ta-da! and it is a piece of shit buggy. But it's got like a bunch of passenger seats welded onto the sides. Like your
Nice
feet will be
carriage.
dangling. Your feet will be dangling above the ground.
You
Nice
know, you
carriage.
just put a couple of spinners on that, and you got yourself a nice pussymobile.
A what mobile?
Oh, what now?
What?
Pussymobile.
What's a that?
What do cats have to do with anything?
Vaku, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, I was saying that out of character. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
You're
got a lot of-
definitely saying that out of care. That's why you said it beforehand.
Well, anyways, I don't know this planet very well. I don't know what we might be seeing on the way there. Being in a vehicle could help us avoid some amount of danger, so I would
I'm
take
gonna
that
get
over
More to
Well,
the
that's
point,
easy.
we need to figure out which one of us is driving.
Yeah, who here's got the most confidence in their driving skills?
I've never really driven around vehicles before.
I have.
I've ridden
on
some,
occasion-
like-
I have on
I
occasion.
just realized.
What would you require for a driving check per se? I feel
Piloting,
like that
I
would be
assume.
Piloting.
Oh,
Levi.
I don't have a negative to piloting. I
I have a +2 to piloting.
I have a +1.
I have a +1.
Okay.
Am I the only one who can pilot things?
What do you have?
What is your bonus?
My pilot is a +6.
Yeah, you're driving.
Are his legs long enough to reach the gas pedal?
I'm going to get basically stilts.
Stilts.
Put the lives of 5 other
Fucking
people in the
stilts.
hands of some stilts.
Are you kidding me? You're letting the rat drive? Well, give me a second. I'm sure I can fish out a booster seat or something.
Gotta be honest, I never learned how to
Let
drive
me
these
get
things.
this straight. And you're gonna make your escape on.
He doesn't even look like
fucking stilts.
He doesn't even look like a
I can't
mammal, let
believe we
alone a
found an
rat.
actual reason
Why
to
do you
quote
keep calling
that.
him that?
Probably because he's
What's the
small.
thing? I'm Buzzy.
He eventually goes back and starts fishing around through sudden heaps of metal before stacking up enough pieces to
He looks
where
like a giant
is a
insect.
functionable booster. Alright, well, that ought to do you. I'm not tying it down, so have fun slipping and sliding if you make a turn too hard.
Alright.
Just keep it below 35.
Hey, big guy, maybe sit in the co-pilot seat just in case it's found that seating solution is not adequate, and he has to be somebody has to take.
I
over for it.
assure you, I am super proud of my welds.
Right. Well,
Oh.
I have no doubt of that.
I'll ride shotgun in case it comes that we need a replacement driver.
Look, there's even some supports, and he slaps it just a little bit. It all falls apart.
Yeah.
I'll fix that. Just give me 1 minute. So, time passes.
Hold
and you
on. I
roll-
have a better idea.
What?
Seeing as this is meant for my character's going to round up multiple things, and he's going to find one. You know those little extendo claws? He's going to find something that he can use with his top arms while using pushable stilts with his bottom arms.
Oh, God.
I feel like you're gonna get a negative with all of the shit you're having to add to drive
you
this thing.
eventually get a hold of
Get back in the bed.
many things that help you drive. However, it looks hilarious and is probably pretty inefficient.
I'm not entirely sure I'm willing to put my life in the hands of whatever it is you've concocted to drive this buggy.
You know what? Change of plans, big guy. I think you should drive.
Let me
well,
just show
my
you
knees
off how
might
good
end
I
up up
can
to
do
my
this.
chest.
I'm going to start the engine and get
You know
things
what?
going.
Let's let him do a test drive and see. if
So
it
you
goes well.
start the engine, and do you go ahead and put pressure on the gas pedal? You want to show
Yes.
him how to? So you go ahead and put pressure on the gas pedal, and immediately the exploration buggy rams through the garage doors.
But I just did a piloting check.
Yes,
With
you did a
the
piloting check
garage doors
before
closed.
Zessie opened the doors.
Oh,
So immediately, as soon as you were just like, let me show you how good I can do it. And to be fair, you're doing it pretty professionally. You switch gears, you put it into drive, you get out of your fucking parking brake, and then immediately bulldoze through the garage doors.
I
And
have
he
no
stops
words.
just on the dirt road right in front of you. There are now fucking a plate of the garage door that is currently lying on the floor in a...
Well, that thing just slammed through a garage door, and I don't think anything fell off of it. So if nothing else, he wasn't bullshitting about his welds.
All right, Rat, you're not driving.
I'm going to drop all my stuff and get in one of the side seats.
Get into one of the passenger side seatings.
He is the highest fucking one.
Fucking, I'll hop in the cab. Well, actually, yeah. So 447 is probably gonna take over driving the car, right?
Given it
'Cause he's the
seems
only other
I'm the
person here
most
that-
qualified next to the moth.
I will then take over the fucking secondary seat. I've only got a +1, but apparently not a lot of people even have anything to this.
Oh, I have a
I
+3.
hate to say it, but
Oh, well,
maybe-
then you're gonna take over, fucker.
Fine, you can drive. I thought we would.
Well,
I
this
hate
ain't gonna
to
be
delay
good.
us any further, but maybe we should do something about that hole that was just made in this man's garage.
Yeah, maybe when we get back, we should go ahead and do something about that.
Yeah, maybe you should do something about that.
Oh no.
Listen, we'll fix it, I swear, but we're running out of daylight. We need to
Well,
get this thing fixed
more
now.
precise-
I'm sure. See you all later. Don't take off with my buggy.
More precisely, the moth will fix it.
I'm more
He
worried about the
broke it.
buggy than the damn door.
All right, so
Oh, shit.
you all get in the car. You don't need a piloting check for just driving a car. So if you ever do anything drastic. However, the rest of you get suited or get nice and seated, strapping yourselves down as you take the buggy southwards. You have to climb out of the canyon pass that Kiliad is kind of loaded into before driving up into the plains and off into the nearby forest. There are dirt paths here that stretch all the way to the manor, so it's really not that bad of a trip. As you all are driving, you want to do anything?
Do I need to roll perception to
I don't
keep an
think
eye
so.
on the road?
I mean, you shouldn't have to roll perception to keep you on the road, but if you want to roll perception to keep a lookout, you can.
That's what I mean, to make sure we
I
don't
guess
get
I'll
jumped.
have my rifle ready in case I need to shoot something.
I mean, there are bandits, so you know.
That's what I was meaning.
Why am I rolling this myself? There's a button I can press.
This is true.
guess I
Alright,
will
might as well
also
join the
look
club
for-
here. My perception
Yep.
sucks.
Nice.
Bang! Number 4.
So, as all of you are keeping a careful eye on the surrounding forest, Ankos is the one to spot it. Away from the general hubbub of all of this bullshit, you spot a break in the forest, the kind of break in the trees, artificially as if they had been chopped down and pulled out. The forest quickly returns back into its plain state temporarily, and you see stretching, dying vineyards. It goes for quite a distance as the cart kind of rolls in and starts to trek along the pathway segmenting these two things. And it's just stretching plants, still dying, almost reaching the skyline until it hits trees once again. And then off in the distance you see a kind of weathered manor, kind of a bit run down, but still whole and much more intact than Kiliad is. And with another natural 20, off in the distance, you spot what appears to be a APC of some kind. Definitely within the forest itself, out of view of most of this bullshit. It looks like there are people walking around it. They are not the same guards that you saw protecting, or being inside of the Rogue Baron.
Have they spotted us or given any indication of let me think about this. So they're not with the house.
They are not with the house. They look to be kind of staking out the outside of it.
Well, I am not going to try to get us to fight an APC in a lightly armored buggy, so we're just going to go ahead and continue on to the manor as I get onto the comm channel with the driver and tell him that I've spotted the manor
Fair enough.
to make appropriate corrections.
I'm back.
As you continue to drive back, you actually find that somebody near that APC does kind of peek their head out at the sound of an approaching vehicle. It looks to be feminine, possessing long blonde hair and a set of goggles and a small sort of like... I don't know how you'd call those. They're like kind of tattered half cloaks that are pitch red. She kind of looks up off of the side of the APC and kind of gives the entire vehicle, but mostly you, a stern look as you pass. But you make it undisturbed to the gates of this manor. There is a nice sort of steel iron fence stretching out and beyond. There appears to be some kind of voice box at the side, so one of you will have to jump out and, turn it on.
I guess I can go ahead and hop out and do so.
Fair enough. You go ahead and
I mean, I
click
could.
it. Do what?
I might probably move faster than anyone else here, so I could just like hop out, rush to it, hit the switch, and then get back.
Fair enough. You jump out along with Ankos, and you both kind of hit the button and wait for it to respond. Eventually, there is the crackling, and you kind of hear, "What do you want?"
We're here as envoys, a part of the town down the road. We want to talk to one Mr. Jackson.
You loners? You with Kiliad?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
It takes a moment for you to realize, but you see on the hull of the dune buggy there appears to be a red dot that is slowly kind of maneuvering around, not aiming at anybody in particular.
Can I do a perception check to try and see if I can find the source of the red dot?
I will say with your natural 20 to pick out things earlier, you spot up on the balcony of the manor itself appears to be a armed and armored soldier, similar to the ones that were having the drink at the Rogue Baron. It looks like somebody is providing overwatch with a rifle.
When
We
I
didn't have
spot
any
him,
we didn't have any expected envoys from Kiliad. That suggests you people keep walking.
Listen, we got recommended by Giles. We just want to talk to somebody who can orchestrate a trade deal. Kiliad's in a bad situation, and we just want to help him out.
You kind of hear muttering underneath his breath, "How the hell do you know Giles?" And then it cuts out.
Just a guy I met having a drink that I wanted a favor from. Ain't nothing really too interesting about it, honestly.
Go ahead and make a diplomacy check.
Okay. 18.
We'll let you in. I'm going to be keeping an eye on you. At
Thank you
that,
for your time.
you hear a automated click, and the gates swing open by themselves.
All right. At which point, I'm going to motion for Vaku to get back on the vehicle, and we're going to go ahead and ride in.
As all of you continue to make your way towards the manor, a quick sound kind of unknown to the rest of the party perks your ear, and you turn around and just on the periphery of your vision, that APC is driving away. Kind of quiet for a vehicle of its size.
Maybe I should keep that to myself for the time being.
And at that point, as you all approach over the overwatch of what is clearly a sniper rifle, is where I'm going to call a close to the session for tonight.
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
I hope you all enjoyed the first session.
That was delightful. I loved it.
Indeed.
I hope we get to do session 2 in person.
Yeah, that'd be really
Just
cool.
let me know if that's a go or not ahead of time.
Since we're all here, we need to talk about when we're doing it because there have been some complications that have come up.
So
I can do it Sunday easily as long as I get everything in order.
Okay.
I don't know if I can do it Sunday because I got work afterwards.
I thought you said you didn't know if you have a Memorial Day off that day.
No, it's Sunday. Work the day after. On Saturday, I didn't have any work afterwards,
Okay,
but on
yeah,
Sunday.
but Monday is Memorial Day.
Oh. I mean, I can check if I have Memorial Day off. Somehow
Also-
doubt it, but
I would still probably have to leave early because, you know, I get up at 5
I
o'clock.
would also have to leave pretty early. Honestly, the whole idea of like an in-person session sounds cool until you realize that I do a lot of things behind locked doors.
Yeah.
Like half of the art used in this session is stuff that I pulled in session.
Like, while you were doing this?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You just research, like, you just look up art assets and shit, I guess?
know how to look for art.
Once
It's
again,
actually rather cool.
highly amused that you and I used basically the same photo on accident.
I honestly thought that was a science bay until you pointed it out that was a piano.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was a decrepit lounge. Now I want to find what the source of that was to have two different pieces of art of the same thing from different perspectives and time periods.
Either way.
But regardless, I don't know. The in-person session would be super cool, and I would like to do it if we could make it happen. But Levi's word has a lot of weight here because he's the one that has to make it happen in some
Organize it.
exactly. At least in terms of having the right assets to make it happen.
Right.
Even if it's not.
We can still go out and do something.
Yeah, like absolutely. Like even if we can't do the session, like if we just want to go out on Saturday night and get something to eat, or just chill, or just do something.
I'm
That
down
sounds
for
cool.
that, I assume.
Yeah, like we can just do another movie night at Devin's place if we want to avoid having to spend a crazy amount of money.
I think Devin said that he was going to kick us all out at 5 if we went to his place.
Oh, right, on
We
Saturday.
got a cigar smoking session.
He's got some fucking.
I'm not joking.
I know he has some.
It's literally a cigar smoking session.
What?
Yeah.
You hang out and smoke with people.
I thought he said he was doing bar hopping that night.
As far as I was aware, he said that it was like a cigar chill thing.
I mean, regardless, as annoying as that is, I mean, it's his time.
It's his life. It's his house.
It's plans that he's already made, so I'm not gonna fucking weird. Even if it means us doing something on Sunday, that's fine. I don't really care. If nothing else, I'm gonna be.
Well, if we can't do Starfinder live, then we should just do something on Saturday because we still need Sunday open to play Starfinder.
Hey, Brian, are you still? Yeah, you're still in.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
What?
I'm waiting for it to load.
Yes.
Is there art for this, or are you just playing the music?
I'm just playing the music right now.
I can hear it.
You can hear it? Maybe I
Yes.
need to F5.
4,000 degrees Kelvin.
You haven't played the first Portal, so you wouldn't get it.
I mean, I know that there's like a part where she like casts you like an incinerator near the end.
This is that part. This is the part where he kills
No,
you.
the part where she kills you, yes.
Where she kills you.
She kills you.
Part where he kills you. This is the part where I kill you.
This is the part where he kills us.
Yep.
Hello.
Did you
This
make-
is the part where I kill you.
Minus 100 billion science credit.
No, I think that
I'm
went
not a scientist.
splendidly. Especially for me being sick.